Hands-On Mental Health Symposium. I'm hoping everyone can hear me, but we will be using text today. Our theme this year is mental health in trying times. And there is a silver lining inside the past year's pandemic cloud, and I think it's that mental health is no longer thought of only as a disability, but now it's also recognized as a public health issue. I don't think it's too much of a spoiler to say that our presenters have seen the problems, but they also have a hopeful view of the future. We have a wonderful slate of presenters today, and I hope you will be patient with those who are new to Second Life. Please click the blue sign to the left of the stage to get additional information about Virtual Ability. Included in that sign is a note card of swirls to poster sets on Health Info Island that are about a variety of mental health topics that are going to be there throughout April. You can learn about depression, obsessive compulsive disorder, stress, dementia, bipolar disorder, as well as how music supports mental health. Now, I was going to invite Pi to introduce our first guest presenter, but I don't see her out in the audience. So I will introduce myself and introduce our guest, our first speaker. I'm Jentel Herron. I'm a founder of the Virtual Ability community. I have multiple sclerosis, and I really appreciate this virtual world of Second Life because it gives me a lot of freedom to make friends from all over the world. Today, I'd like to introduce Dr. PhD Clara Gonzalez-Sanguino. She has just obtained her PhD in psychology at the Complutense University of Madrid, so she needs applause for that. She passed her final exams, and she is currently on a postdoctoral fellowship there. Her research is mainly focused on the stigma associated with different mental health problems and with the arrival of COVID-19, all the consequences of the pandemic that they have had for people who have mental health issues. Please do not type or talk while Dr. Gonzalez is presenting because she's new to Second Life. Give her a chance to acclimate. And so now I'm going to turn the microphone over to Dr. Gonzalez.
Hi everybody. Thank you for the introduction. Okay, and you can see the slide. Yes. In the last year. And in fact, in relation to this last year, I'm here to present a longitudinal study about the consequences of COVID-19 on our mental health in the first wave of the pandemic in Spain. And this research was carried out from the Complutense University of Madrid, specifically from the research group from the Chair Anti-Stigma UCM Group 5. It is also related to acceptance, resilience, gratitude, purpose in life, and personal growth, which are factors that clearly protect us from any complicated situation. However, unwanted loneliness is the strongest predictor found, being a variable that has been shown in the past related to depression or anxiety, and that seems to have been particularly harmful in the current pandemic. On the other hand, it is necessary to pay special attention to the variables of age and gender, both of which are found to be vulnerable in the current situation. Younger age was a predictor of depressive symptomatology, while female gender was a predictor of anxiety and PTSD. And several studies have indicated that younger people have been more affected psychologically during the pandemic, perhaps because they have suffered a greater breakdown in their daily routines, greater impact in their economy, and have fewer resources at the personal or cognitive level. In relation to the female gender, there are also numerous studies that highlight how the current situation has had a more negative impact on us, perhaps showing the gender differences that still exist in our society, where women continue to take on the role of caregivers who have to combine work and household chores in addition to the necessary lack of work reconciliation. Although this study is complete and we try to take care in its execution, there are some limitations that should be pointed out, such as the loss of participants through the assessments, especially in the third assessment, which also may be a sign of the return to normality and loss of interest in the phenomenon. Also, we have to point out the type of snowball sampling that doesn't ensure that the sample of the population is representative, as well as the underrepresentation of certain groups such as men and the elderly. This research shows the impact over time on our mental health due to the complicated situation experienced in Spain because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And our results underline the importance of paying greater attention to mental health and reveal key variables such as spiritual well-being and perceived loneliness in which to intervene from the various care services. And on the other hand, the results indicate the need to pay attention to groups that are especially vulnerable and affected by the current situation, such as young people and women. For example, more resources are needed for women to prevent them from taking on excessive caregiving responsibilities, or specific plans for young people to try to alleviate job uncertainty. We also need to apply the knowledge we already have about the impact on our mental health from the pandemic. And since this study, 2 more waves have passed, and now it looks like a 4th wave is about to begin. Maybe in Spain we are in this wave now. And we need to be able to put this knowledge into practice, because despite the arrival of the vaccines, we will probably continue to suffer the consequences of the pandemic. And in many countries, such as Spain, vaccines have only been applied to a small percentage of the population. And in most of the world, measures that affect us at psychological level will continue to be maintained. Thus, it is necessary to highlight the need to assess the mental health of the population in the long term, in order to know how many people continue to suffer the psychological effects of the pandemic and to be able to provide appropriate services. Before concluding, I would like to comment that part of the results of this study have been published as a scientific article, which you can consult here in this address. And also, I encourage you to consult the website of the Chair Against Stigma, where there are other materials and articles published in relation to the COVID-19. And finally, I would like to thank you for your attention and for being here so early in the morning for you. And also here you can see my email address in case you want more information or materials. And thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. I'm reading the question of Mog. Thank you.
Okay, Luke asked the question, you say that unwanted loneliness is the strongest predictor found. Is this the subject's own perception of level of loneliness, or is it the perception of their friends and family? Some people are surrounded by people but still feel lonely, and some people are alone but do not see themselves as lonely. And Luke thanks you for your answer.
Yes, thank you for the question. Is the loneliness measured is our own perception of our loneliness, and is the unwanted loneliness. So it's not like you are living alone or you don't have a lot of friends. No, it's that you have a feeling of unwanted loneliness.
Hola, Clara.
Chandra has a question. Chandra says, I apologize if I missed this. However, what were the age groups? Curious about what the age bracket is for young females.
The age groups, the young people were people between 18 and 30 years. And then the adults were people between 30 and 60 years, and the older people were more than 60 years old.
And I have a question, Clara. I want to thank you for your presentation, first of all, and encourage our audience to ask any questions they have. You've got quite a few findings, and I think some of those would be expected, but I wonder if you pulled out and just looked at the results for people with disabilities of different kinds, mobility disabilities, mental health disabilities, sensory disabilities like blindness or deafness, how would those findings differ, do you think? Would those of us who are already used to social isolation because of our disabilities fare better in lockdown than people who are not disabled?
Thank you. We measured a lot of the presence of disabilities, but we didn't have significant differences between the people from these groups. For example, we measure people who have mental illness previous to the pandemic, but we didn't find differences between the results of this group in comparison with other groups. We only have differences in the age and the sex. So I think that people with disabilities have a lot of resources, and probably in some cases more than the general population. So they really face the situation really well.
Carla, Daphne is asking a question in Spanish that I do not speak. Can you see it in the group, in the chat there?
Wait, there are a lot of commentaries.
¿O es el impacto?
El impacto en los niños con TDAH and how we can mitigate the impact of them. We didn't measure children. We only have data about people over 18 years old. So I don't know. I think that it will be a really interesting question, but I can't answer it.
I understand. Shatter asking another question. You didn't collect any other demographic information, just age and sex for the regression analysis?
No. We collect a lot of demographic information, but I didn't want to include it here because it was too much. But if you want, I can send you a lot of data, and also you can check the information in the paper. But also, if you want, I can send you the papers we have published with more information. But the most relevant variables, socio-demographical variables, were gender and age.
And that reminds me of another question. Are your articles online?
Yes, they are.
Do you have links that you could post into the chat? Because those are live and we can click them and bookmark them.
Yes, I will. It's one of the paper is on the slides, but I think you can click on the website. But I will leave you the the links now in the chat.
We can't get the link off the slide, but if you type it in, we can get it there.
I will write this down in the chat. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have more questions? If this fourth phase in Spain is going to be so significant for our mental health, I think that unfortunately is going to be. Yes. We have just measured we have just did for the evaluation this month, 1 year later of the first evaluation, and we are still processing the data, but I have seen just a couple of variables such as depression and anxiety, and the results are really significant because we can see an increase of the depression and anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder in the general population. But it's just like the first analysis.
I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about the situation in Spain. Are you still in lockdown?
This is maybe some people from the audience in Spain can think different, but I think that here in Spain we are in some chaos because we have some areas with a lot of lockdown and others not. For example, Madrid is like we don't have any restrictive measures at all, but it's because of the government. But in other areas of Spain, we have a lot. They have a lot of restrictive measures. But the situation is not good in general because the vaccines are really few and we have a lot of positives and a lot of people in the hospital. So I think that we are in the middle of the fourth wave.
Carla, this is a political question. I hope you aren't uncomfortable about it, but is your government paying attention to your research results? Are they setting policies based on what you find?
No, I don't think so. No, no, I think that not in general. Recently, we have a discussion about this in the parliament, and unfortunately, a lot of people in the opposite government, they just said the person who were talking that he need to go to the doctor because he was talking about the mental health. So I think that we need a lot to work to do here in Spain.
And Daphne saying Spain is a chaos for our politicians. We do not have suitable measures to our big problem.
Yes.
So if they're not paying attention to you, what can researchers do to help, and what can we, the public, do?
I think that as researchers from our research team, we did a lot of guides to face the situation. We have a book in Spanish about some guides to face the loneliness, to encourage or to promote the psychological well-being, and we did a lot of campaigns or something like that to fight the discrimination in relation to the COVID-19 and the stigma of mental illness. And we try to translate this data and give it to practical organizations such as the National Health or private practices. And in the general population, I think that we need to be aware of the situation, and we need to take care ourselves and to dedicate some time to our mental health, doing yoga, some mindfulness, or just being with friends, and to be aware of the situation and to pay attention to our needs, I think, and ask for professional help if we think we need it.
And Chandra has another question. What is your future leader planning to study the fourth wave?
What? Sorry, can you repeat?
What is your future research? Are you planning to study the fourth wave?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we are in the middle of this data analysis of the fourth wave, and also we are planning in Spain to do this survey in a national level about the stigma of mental illness. So I think that it will be very interesting, and yeah, and about the fourth wave, we need to publish the results.
And Chandra is saying she's glad to hear that there's more follow-up coming. This is not over with.
Yes.
Any more questions from the audience? Okay, I'm not seeing more questions, so I'm going to thank you again, Dr. Gonzalez, and congratulations on your recent PhD.
Thank you.
That's a lot of work. I know you put in a lot of work on this. So
Yes,
audience,
thank you.
if you would please offer your congratulations and thanks. And we will have a break now until the next presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. Welcome to the 2021 Mental Health Symposium. My name is Ruby Van Dyke and I have MS. I have resided at Second Life for 14 years and am grateful to be part of the virtual ability community. Today it's my pleasure to introduce Laura Ritchie, who is a professor of learning and teaching at the University of Chichester in the UK, and Daniel Servone, who is a professor of psychology at the University of Illinois in Chicago. Their talk is titled Projects Pursued and Abandoned, Pandemic Reactions of Care and Coping. This includes a study investigating the impact of the early 2020 period of lockdown in regard to people's views about personal projects they were working on suddenly interrupted and their coping strategies. We ask that you hold your questions and comments to the end so as not to interrupt our presenters. Now let's all welcome Laura and Daniel to the floor.
Sorry.
Thanks, Ruby. That was brilliant.
Thank you.
There we go.
I'll begin. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. As you will know, in line with the theme of the conference, we carried out a study during the pandemic. Before getting into the impact of the pandemic, we would like to begin by contextualizing and framing two very important elements present in people's everyday lives. In life, some of the most important things are our goals. The goals that we set ourselves as adults in life are different from those that, for example, Dan and my students have in terms of their coursework. That is an externally required element. Essentially, it's part of their job. But in life, our personal goals are chosen because of how we value them and how we see them fitting into the overall structure of our lives.
The word goal is a bit ambiguous. A wide variety of different aims could each be thought of as goals. Some of these aims are very narrow and near term. You might have the goal of going into a store to get some more milk and butter if there's no pandemic. I could be said to have the goal right now of finishing this sentence in a grammatically correct manner within the next 2 to 3 seconds. Other goals are extremely long-term. A person might have the goal of saving a certain amount of money before they retire, or some goals might be very abstract. For example, one might have the goal of being a good parent or a good person, or living in harmony with the world around you. However, somewhere in the middle are types of goals that psychologists for years have referred to as projects. Projects, which are the types of goals that are our focus in the study, are goals a person pursues over an extended, moderately long period of time. You'll see referenced at the bottom of this slide on screen the name of a Canadian psychologist, Brian Little, who has for years focused on the sort of goals that are thought of as projects. Figure out how to get a new job, get back in good shape after an injury, learn how to play an instrument, graduate from college on time, or in the case of Dr. Ritchie and myself, prepare a talk for the Virtual Ability Mental Health in Trying Times Symposium, would each be examples of projects. Once people establish and commit themselves to a project, the project tends to organize the person's activities over a moderately long period of time, weeks, months, maybe a year. Projects have 3 interesting qualities. The first is that projects are a kind of bridge between the formal language of scientific psychology and the intuitive psychology of everyday life. Consider what happens if you meet somebody new and strike up a conversation. Perhaps the first thing you do after asking their name is to ask them what they do, what they're working on, what kind of activities they find interesting, what they're engaged in, and the person might tell you that, oh, they're a sculptor or they're weightlifting or whatever project they're undertaking. Built into these everyday discussion topics is essentially what the psychologist refers to as projects. The second quality of projects is that they're self-defining. If somebody tells you that their aspiration is to write a novel or get into medical school or strengthen their relation with a child or parent, they aren't just telling you about activities, they're telling you about themselves. Projects give one's life a certain coherence, or as Laura will say, they become part of a coherent life story. Finally, and relevant to our study, the third quality is captured by that famous phrase that no person is an island. Almost every project we mention as an example of projects requires a stable social world with people and resources who help you to achieve the project. You need things and teachers and time to make progress on your project. And this previews a question central to our study. What happens in trying times when a major world event disrupts the stable foundation of people, resources, and time?
These projects do become part of our life stories, and they are valuable to us. And they're the things that we planned for and we're engaged with, and we really find important in life. However, a year ago, we all experienced a dramatically changing event. This virus caused a lockdown across countries that changed everybody's lives overnight. Now, as researchers, we saw this as an opportunity to take a snapshot of how people were impacted right at the very beginning of when this change occurred. Our study investigated how their projects and goals were impacted by this lockdown. What projects were they pursuing, and how did the effects of lockdown play out on the pursuit of these projects in their everyday lives? How were they altered, and what did people do about it? We know from the existing literature that when people have quarantine conditions imposed on them, as opposed to a planned respite after, say, a surgery, there can be physical and physiological impacts that tend to be overwhelmingly negative, having to do with the ability to see other people, practical mobility, and mentally being able to cope with the new conditions. Our study took place in the first 2 weeks of the lockdown period. The picture you can see on screen was actually one that I took at my local grocery store almost exactly a year ago. There was an hour-long wait outside, socially distanced, to get in to do the shopping. And once inside, what did we find? We found empty shelves without pasta, without milk, without cheese, without fresh produce. And suddenly that was it. This lockdown and the virus provided a genuinely new situation for people that covered all aspects of life, from aspirational goals to everyday tasks. Suddenly, the rug was pulled out from underneath people because the infrastructure of society that was previously assumed to be stable suddenly was not. And it was in this moment of change that we sent out our questionnaire.
Now, usually projects and other goals occur in a setting in which there's some time and space to do them, with physical resources to execute the project and social resources. For example, if you're parents, schools are resources which allow you to have time during the day for a project because, of course, you're not taking care of your children while they're at school. That is part of the eco setting got disrupted for all of us in March of last year with the COVID-19 pandemic. The question then is, what happens in this context to people's personal projects? What's the relation between the eco setting and the disruption that is the pandemic and the internal psychological world that is partly created by the self-defining project? How do people cope with these altered life circumstances in this extreme time? And how might they continue? On the one hand, people might just work on the project as if nothing's happened. But then you run into obstacles of which some parts of your project may not exist. Resources aren't there. Events you were preparing for were canceled. On the other hand, people might abandon their projects, which on the one hand might seem like a rational way to deal with a pandemic, but given the relation between having a project and that sense of direction and well-being that comes from the project, there of course is a large personal cost to just abandoning all of your projects just because of some disease that we now know to be a very serious pandemic.
So it's worth mentioning, at the time of the study, this was within the first 2 weeks of lockdown, and people did not anticipate or understand. There was no conception of how long this might last. Nothing similar had happened since the Spanish flu of 1917, and that was not in any of our lifetimes. Therefore, the idea of something ongoing for such a duration wasn't really considered for people. The idea of how people's goals and projects were disrupted was genuinely unknown, as there was not a finite end point for this lockdown, and people didn't realize that it was going to be going on for so long.
Our research is framed from a social cognitive orientation. As many of you may know already, psychology contains various broad orientations toward the study of persons. For example, two famous historical orientations are a Freudian orientation, in which you try to identify unconscious meanings behind emotions and actions, even seemingly innocuous ones, and a personality testing tradition, in which one assigns people scores to see how they relate to other people in their average psychological tendencies. We draw on a third tradition that, in essence, treats people as self-reflective agents, as thinkers. The most important psychological aspects are how you think about yourself and interpret your everyday situations. This orientation opens the door to a set of topics about human nature. Where do people develop beliefs about themselves? How do these beliefs come into play when people figure out what they want to do with their lives? How do personal beliefs improve or impair people's ability to cope with challenges? This social cognitive orientation, we know, goes back in particular to the work of the American psychologist Albert Bandura. The social cognitive orientation also may seem familiar to any of you who are aware of cognitive therapies in the world of clinical psychology. There, quite similarly, the therapist tries to confront thinking styles that may be creating distress on the part of the client. And in particular, within our social cognitive orientation, we focus not only on goals, but also on people's subjective beliefs about their capabilities. In social cognitive theory, these beliefs are called self-efficacy beliefs. The idea is that when people think about a present or future challenge, they essentially mentally simulate what might happen, and as part of this simulation, naturally ask themselves, well, in this upcoming activity, what can I do? How can I handle this? Is there any hope? Can I do it? Those reflections on capabilities are self-efficacy beliefs.
Now, from the list on the slide just coming up, you can see that we start with the person as the thinker, and we move towards the person as taking action. In our study, we asked about people's self-efficacy beliefs, specifically for achieving their goals. First, they identified their goal, told us what their project was, and then how capable they thought they were of achieving it, both before the pandemic and after lockdown was instated. This provided two different views of their capabilities to achieve the goal, pre-lockdown and during lockdown. We also asked people whether they cared about their goals. Because these personal projects are something that become part of the personal narrative of people, they're defining of the self, and when things define us, we tend to care about them. We also investigated their commitment to these goals. What were they going to do about them? What strategies were they using, and how were they going to either approach them or not? Were they going to abandon them? What were they going to do?
Another virtue of this social cognitive orientation is that it has an extremely extensive research base behind the orientation. The way of thinking is supported by a body of psychological studies that number in the hundreds, if not thousands, investigating either the impact of self-efficacy processes on motivation and achievement, or the impact of setting goals on both motivation and, especially in the case of projects, personal well-being.
The scientific literature in psychology provides our conceptual background, and as our paper is open access, you can read all about the background if you would like more of a specific insight into some of the background and previous studies that have been carried out across different domains and in specific areas of life, such as across academic settings with older populations, settings with people in different professions from nursing to lifeguards, and in medical situations where people are recovering from addictions and learning to cope with various stress situations in their lives. We're going to put the link to the full text in the chat. So, how did we do it? Investigations into these topics are often numerically based, and when things are very important to us in life, it's really hard to quantify them in numerical terms. Here people were asked to speak about these goals, to describe them in their own words, describing what they were doing, whether or not they were going to continue with the goal, and how they adapted, if at all. What you see here is a graphic representation of self-efficacy beliefs, both before and after lockdown. The people's beliefs in their capabilities to carry out their goals dropped consistently with time. The level of confidence before is the blue bar, which remains consistently at the top of the graph, and how confident they were after lockdown is the gray one, which drops. Beforehand, all the people were very confident they could do this really important goal in their life. That's not surprising, because actually, if you've got a main goal in your life, you've chosen your goal, you're going to be pretty confident that you've done it because you've got an ecosystem to support you in what you're doing. It's your own goal. It's not something imposed on you by someone else. And chances are you're going to set it up in a way that you are going to succeed. Few of us choose goals for ourselves with failure as the intended outcome. So that very high blue bar going across the top is what we'd expect. The gray bars that drop as you look to the right represent the people who, even during lockdown, said they were going to continue with their goal, and then those who were unsure, and finally those who abandoned their goal. It was not an unexpected result, and it does show that these beliefs were impacted by the lockdown situation.
On screen, this division of people was a relatively even split, with roughly a third falling into each of these three categories on the screen. It's interesting that only 1/3 of people were sure that they could still do the goal now. The change in the eco setting had created a very large disruption in their confidence about doing the project. We essentially then explored two questions. Does the eco setting disrupt people's confidence in pursuing the goal? And does the eco setting disrupt people's pursuit of the goal? Those might seem like synonymous questions, and of course they might produce the same answer, but it's possible, and in fact what we saw, that there's a disjuncture in which the eco setting disrupts one of these social cognitive things and not the other. I'll explain. The possibility is that the eco setting has different effects on self-efficacy beliefs on the one hand, and your engagement with and commitment to the project on the other. The disruption of the eco setting that comes from those early days of the lockdown in March disrupted people's self-efficacy beliefs, as you saw, with large numbers of people questioning whether they can pursue their project.
More than 2/3 of the sample people had serious questions about whether they still had the capability, that self-efficacy for executing the project of theirs in the way they had always taken for granted that they could do before the pandemic started. So the findings first established that yes, there's a large effect of the disruption of the eco setting on the self-efficacy belief, people's sense of confidence that they can do their goal.
However, what you can now see is that it is not the case that this meant that people decided they didn't care about their goal and just dropped it. In fact, as you can see on screen, 89% of people still cared despite whether or not they continued to pursue their goal. Less than 11% dropped their sense that the goal was a personally meaningful project to them.
Another question is, what happens to the goals themselves? 118 still reported pursuing their goal, and of those, only 2 no longer cared. Going hand in hand with this caring is the fact that people reach conceptually to see themselves pursuing the goal. It was still active in their minds, and nearly 3 out of 4 people, despite the lockdown, described themselves as still actively pursuing their goal. Of the people who are no longer pursuing their goals, it's perfectly understandable that some people saw external factors as beyond their control. These often had to do with the physical setting, limitations of mobility or travel, or things that were canceled and shut. If there's no airplane to take, then no, you can't fly to that family wedding in another state. They didn't know how to make longer-term plans because things had been stopped and there was no obvious time-bound end to this in sight. An event like this hadn't happened in their lives. We didn't have a way to explain or anticipate how it would end. Some people cited they now had new responsibilities, superseding their previous goals. For example, a need to stay at home and care for someone. Those maintaining their goals had a different view.
With the ecological disruptions and having a drop in self-efficacy beliefs, this of course raises the question, how did they do that? How did they maintain their goals? When looking at the data, we realized there was an implicit taxonomy for things that happen with some frequency within the free text responses, and that explained how people managed to maintain their goals despite the uncertainty of the lockdown and the drop in self-efficacy beliefs.
Some actually didn't think the COVID-19 virus impacted the pursuit of their goal at all. It was possible to have a personal goal that you were executing in your home that didn't rely on other people, or they thought they could find a way around it. Now, this finding a way around was manifest through different strategies that grouped according to the categories of what they were doing.
For example, one category, some people simply put their goal on hold. That is, the project was of a long enough duration, and there was enough uncertainty early in the pandemic, which in principle might have ended in a month rather than lingering, that people essentially said, well, I'm pausing for now.
For example, someone who was modernizing a portion of their house. The builders were unable to turn up for the immediate future, but they were still modernizing their house. They continued drawing plans and doing things they were able to do, but they didn't have the physical workers on site. Therefore, it was a holding pattern, yet they were still pursuing their goal.
Some of the other coping mechanisms were either problem-focused or emotion-focused, where the problem versus emotion-focused language comes from the psychology literature on human stress and coping. In essence, the terminology means that if something stressful occurs, there are 2 types of things you can do. One is to immediately take action and figure out how to change the events outside of yourself. You may reduce stress by altering a problem that exists in the environment. This is problem-focused coping. Alternatively, you might focus on your inner psychological life and try to change or decide to accept your inner reaction to the external event. If you do this, you're engaged in emotion-focused coping.
What we also found is there's some overlap between these categories. Some of the people who pushed pause also demonstrated a more complex mix of strategies. So, for example, one person said, yes, by monitoring the situation and waiting for news about when we can start planning trips again so we can go. Obviously, it won't be at the same time as my partner's birthday, but at least we will go away and do what we had in mind. This person pressed pause for the moment, but they're still making specific plans for how they can realign their goal and make it happen in the future. There's an emotional concession that it's not going to be at the original time, but it is still going to happen. We can see the importance and the value of the goal in their response. By the words they've chosen, you'll also notice that they use a positive future tense in their language. They are monitoring the situation. They are waiting for news. when we can start planning. That's a positive statement. We can plan so that we can go. It won't be at the same time, but we will go and we will do what we had in mind. These are positive statements. They are still pursuing their goal and they're showing multiple strategies to do it. Some of the strategies that people exhibited, taken from the free text responses, showed people were actively thinking about achieving their goals. They were working on how to complete the tasks practically and through different methods. For example, they're planning for the completion of tasks and how they can modify these things by looking forward, considering the skills they need to actually carry out the task so they can be ready to put these into place when they're allowed to. This planning also had to do with keeping a schedule, actually setting goals in time so they could do these and controlling that time on both the large scale and the small scale so that in everyday life, people were doing something with their schedules.
Another kind of strategy that, in some sense, blurs the distinction between problem-focused and emotion-focused coping, because it is one that where one takes action, but the action is emotionally supportive. It's engaging with others. So sometimes people, in some cases, actively sought the assistance of others in maintaining their goals and activities that previously they were doing in a kind of autonomous single-actor way. Those were now done in a group way in collaboration with others who assisted with the project pursued.
Things like calling friends. People formed networks, and whereas these social networks might have been implicit in everyday life before the pandemic, they now became explicit. People actively engaged with speaking with their friends, asking other professionals for advice, and having a sort of open-ended swap shop ideas exchange with other people, either socially in terms of hobbies or with their profession. They engaged with online methods like video calls, and people developed new ways to share information online, like blogging and creating a website. This was new to many people, to create a space of their own online.
In addition, people became more aware of strategies through which they could focus on themselves and thereby maintain their personal goals. These strategies included things like maintaining high levels of physical activity, taking care of themselves through sleep, getting better nutrition, or engaging in self-care related to hobbies to increase wellness and well-being. Strategic thinking involved thinking of new ways to pursue a goal along a different uncharted path that still got you to where you wanted to go. For example, sometimes people reoriented the goal itself, thinking of it differently, thinking of some slightly different version of the achievement. Other people gave thought analytically to the methods they were using to achieve their goal, perhaps considering a more efficient way of getting there that was manageable despite the lockdown.
In the study, we measured self-efficacy both through numeric values and with free text descriptions. This was a novel approach to measuring self-efficacy, and we took the verbal responses and put them through the AWS syntax analysis system and examined the sentiment present in the responses. And using the resulting sentiment coding values, we were able to compare the text and the numeric values to demonstrate comparable results. And what we found is, yes, the quantitative, the numbers, and the qualitative descriptions did produce similar results. They're not exactly identical. As you can see, the people who said no, they weren't going to pursue their goals, had a larger number of negativity than demonstrated through their verbal responses, but the pattern overall is the same. Large declines in self-efficacy were observed amongst two subgroups, those who abandoned their goals and those who are undecided about their project. The most negative scores came from the undecided participants. Some expressed multiple negative thoughts about their ability to pursue their goal. This can be seen in the free text responses. For example, one person said, "I'm not sure it's what I want anymore because I'm having a complete rethink about what's important in life. I felt in February that I had slightly overcommitted for this next year, and this has made me reconsider to the extent to which I want to keep working. Maybe I've actually retired." There's a definite sense of ending, of finality there. The people and their language that they used was very revealing. Let's take a look at some examples. But first, just to recap, more than double who answered positively to, do you think you can still do this now that the current events have unfolded, 51 people, confirmed they were still pursuing their goals, 118 people.
First, we have examples of those who abandon their goals completely, and then we have people who are still pursuing their goals but don't think they can. In other words, they reported very low self-efficacy. Those who abandon their goal, whether having zero self-efficacy or no beliefs to carry out their goal, or those with some beliefs in the capabilities to carry out their goal, exhibited a language that conveyed a complete negative stop. They, in other words, shut down the possibility of pursuit. There's nothing positive in their language. This person, for example, with zero self-efficacy said, "We have the level of uncertainty and risk with regard to gathering with people in the same place that's too high to move forward." There's no scope for possibility here. And likewise, with a response from someone with self-efficacy of 30 who abandoned their goal, "It is not physically possible due to the lockdown, and I'm reluctant to spend savings until we have a better idea of my partner's ability to stay in his job, find a new one. I am unable to work." The language is of not. I'm unable, not possible at all.
Whereas those who are pursuing their goals, even though they're not confident they can do it, use different words. They phrase their reasons in the future tense, using words like going to, acknowledging that a possibility of pursuit exists, even if they have little or no confidence in themselves. Someone said, "Yeah, I'm pursuing ways to find other opportunities for alternative musical professional work. This has moved exclusively to an online format. The overwhelming challenge to change to life has meant that each one of us has a glimpse of how life can fundamentally change in an instant. That new uncertainty also means that deferring plans for 6 months or a year also carries with it immense uncertainty that was never present in my mind before. It means that now I'm going to try to find ways to make things work in a different way as well." Then we have someone who's still actively considering their goals. They've allowed for a time frame. We see various aspects of the strategic engagement that we mentioned earlier. Overall, one of the contributions of the study was the way in which we investigated people's self-efficacy beliefs. Putting words to something that has typically been represented as a number gave a richness to the response. Using the sentiment analysis allowed us to demonstrate an equivalency, and this can open the door for future research.
The main result of the study is one we frankly hadn't anticipated, as you can see by the somewhat puzzled lion on this final slide. There were a lot of people who were in that brightly red circled number on the lower right who were not at all sure they could still do their goal, and yet they were still actively pursuing it. This raises a question, in essence, of the psychology of pursuing one's goals in the face of uncertainty, and a question about that word, goals. Even though it's a single word in the English language dictionary, it may in practice refer to two very different kinds of things. Previous established psychology literature says the following: some of our goals are what one could call logical. That is, we decide to do things based on some assessment of our life now, our resources now, what we're able to do. Then, there are some goals that are simply pursuits that we envision or dream about in the future, and when we do this, we're not necessarily constrained by logical reasoning that says, oh, perhaps I won't be able to do this, or it won't pay off, or it won't be a big money maker, or it won't even be sensible. Instead, we're driven by the sense of possibility, a kind of a dream of the future that we pursue because it's us, because we're pursuing it as part of who we are, and then we perhaps abandon the logical calculations that a business model might use when figuring out whether to expand the business. That might not be the same model we keep in mind when we have a goal of a new creative act. We've used the word goals in this end of this talk by suggesting that maybe there's a separation of two kinds of things in our lives. And this might have been made more clear to us through the data collected during the pandemic. Perhaps there are the sorts of goals people set by reasoning about their life now and what's possible in the eco setting, and another sort that fuels them because they aren't bound by the logical calculations and they have, as the little cloud says, a dream to do something. A lot of the people in our study seem to stick to those dreams despite the many challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic.
In case it's of use to anyone who would like to get in touch with us after this symposium, I've added our emails to the transcript, and people might be interested in a book I've just written on the topic of how self-efficacy takes us from ideas to action, called Yes, I Can, Learn to Use the Power of Self-Efficacy. But as a final comment on our study, I run a community orchestra that used to meet in person, and for the past year has met online. And some of the people in that orchestra took part in this study, anonymously, of course, and when I told them about this presentation, one of the people who participated commented, saying, "I wonder what I put back then, and I wonder if I realized I would find a way through it." I found that heartwarming, and as Dan says, perhaps there is a lot to learn from having and sticking to those dream goals. At this point, we'd like to say thank you very much for having us and for listening to us, and we'll hand back to the organizing team. Dan and I are very happy to address any comments or questions that people might have.
Carolyn, are you reading? This is Gentle's question, and Luke has a comment.
Would you like me to read? I can.
Go for it,
There's a comment from Mook. One of Laura Ingalls Wilder's books depicts one example of self-efficacy belief. Laura is 15 and sets out to teach school. She voices her doubts and fears to Pa. Pa comforts her by saying, "Of course you can. You've not failed yet at anything you've tried to do, have you? We've tackled every job that ever came your way, and you never shirked, and you always stuck to it till you did what you set out to do. Success gets to be a habit, like anything. Like anything else a fellow, like anything else a fellow keeps on doing. This habit of success, however, like booster shots, is built on continual reinforcement and by successful accomplishment of regular daily tasks, projects, activities, etc., which reinforce confidence and memory and a sense of normality and a trust in what comes next. By disrupting people's daily routine, daily regimens, the lockdown has disrupted this unconscious practice, and for many people, this has broken the habit of success. Fortunately, it's a habit that can be regained. Slayton says, great presentation. Cheers, cheers, cheers. There's a question from Gentle. Thank you for your presentation. You have many important findings and can also be used as suggestions for us as individuals. I have a different question for you. Many people here in the audience are leaders of nonprofit organizations, and they have goals for their organizations as well as personal goals. Do you have any findings that apply in that situation?
Can I make a comment that has to do with the Laura Ingalls Wilder quote, which also may relate to the nonprofits? I'm going to go for it. I love what Paul says about success and that you keep going, and you're absolutely right. I think it's amazing you found that quote, or whoever found that quote, so quickly. That's a great one. I think what we have stopped doing in the pandemic when our daily routines were disrupted was we've stopped noticing and recognizing, because that reinforcement of success, of achievement, comes from sometimes external sources, but also from ourselves. And the noticing stopped because the perspective changed very quickly. So the ordinary routine was disrupted, as you said, our daily regimen was changed, but people didn't shift their perspective to notice the new things that they were able to do. So for me personally, it was an accomplishment that I did, and I would write to friends and say, I've walked across the street and gone into the field. There's a little tractor over there. I'd say I've gone to the tractor. And it was something I'd never done before. It was a small success, but it was something that I noticed. And every day I noticed that I got outside and did that. So I think something we can do as everyday people throughout our lives, hopefully long past a pandemic, is to notice the success, notice them in relation to us, so that we qualify them as our own successes, not in the terms of what we think should be, or what used to be, or what somebody else expects it to be. Dan, do you want to add something?
I'll add something. I will preview by saying it's something completely different in style. The question brought up correctly the idea that self-efficacy beliefs come from a history of experience in which behaviors are reinforced and build up your sense of self-efficacy. But at the risk of lapsing into a scientific psychology language, but one that's pretty familiar to people at this point, there may be more than one psychology of self-efficacy. Perhaps the most well-known idea coming out of scientific psychology these days is that there's more than one way of thinking. Fast and slow is the language often given to this. In environments that don't change, you have the luxury of thinking fast. You can take it for granted that your skills from yesterday are going to apply today. And in fact, the language of reinforcement and a kind of stamping in of beliefs in self is perfectly sensible. But in a world of uncertainty, and that's in essence what we were studying, is the context of uncertainty, this case of the pandemic, suddenly the psychology of this changes. Suddenly you have to recompute. It forces you to think slow rather than fast. And then, to me, this is where the self-efficacy literature becomes interesting, because, of course, people could make mistakes. They could underestimate their capabilities. They could overestimate them because they're working in a world of uncertainty. So the reinforcement of beliefs over time, that developmentally says a lot about where the self-efficacy beliefs come from. But once there's a disruption, even probably smaller than the one we saw with the COVID-19 pandemic, suddenly we're in a world of slow thinking and rethinking and a figuring out a world of self-efficacy beliefs in the face of uncertainty.
As far as nonprofits, we don't have anything specific where people, for example, declared they were working for a nonprofit and they had to realign their goals. But I do think the strategic engagement can be useful, and looking at how the projects can continue or not, how people's needs can be met. I mean, I think it's the adaptability and the flexibility of people, and the fact that they still really cared and wanted to do things, and perhaps be inspirational for nonprofits. That if you're working for with a charity that perhaps can't meet in the same way that it did, or serve people in the same way, how can you meet people's needs differently?
There was a question from Faust. How do values interact with goals? Do people who have thought out their life values have different outcomes with regard to project and goal pursuit?
Do you want to take this, Dan?
Oh, thank you. I didn't want to just jump right in. I'll answer hesitantly, since my answers in our position should be data-based in the background. I believe the answer is yes. I will take the liberty of referring to a psychology literature we haven't had on screen. Feel free to email for the details. The question of people developing value consistent strategies and thereby increasing their self-efficacy comes up particularly nicely in the study of development across the lifespan. There is, I'll do the academic reference, a line of research in the past quarter century originating with, sadly, the late German psychologist Paul Baltes, B-A-L-S, who studied individual differences in people's essentially ability to strategize as a way of coping with the challenges, the physical challenges of aging. And there, in fact, he finds that yes, there are individual differences, and some people are able particularly well to strategize, to come up with life projects that allow them to focus exclusively on the things that are valuable. And those individuals tend to have a much higher sense of well-being. So there's a relation, and not everybody necessarily has the, so to speak, personal intelligence to figure out how to make the values and self-efficacy beliefs cohere. But that literature on lifespan development, which includes the study of adults into their 70s, 80s, and 90s, provides an interesting window on the way in which some people do manage to pull off precisely what you brought up in the question, this alignment of activities with both self-efficacy beliefs and values.
There's a question from Buffy. She says, I may have missed it, but did age come into play at all? So younger we're more hopeful, while older we're not, or vice versa?
Honestly, I don't think we separated it out by age. At the time of doing the study, we had this enormously short window to do things. We had about 2 weeks to get the whole study ready before it started. And then after it ended, we had another 3 weeks to put together the initial drafted paper. And so it's actually been suggested to us we should go back and pull out more things from the data. There was quite a wide age range represented that went from people who were young adults in their mid-20s up through mid-70s. So that is something we should look at. We'll cut back to you.
I will briefly add, it's a coincidence that what I mentioned a moment ago does speak to that question. A lot of people in older adulthood, this research I mentioned finds, develop what is reasonably called wisdom. People develop knowledge of just how to be themselves in life, the pragmatics of life. So self-efficacy beliefs and optimism often stay relatively high among large numbers of older adults who have the benefit of acquired wisdom, even if challenges of some physical declines with old age.
Thank you. There's a question from Polaris. What was the demographics of your pool? Did you come across the problem of socioeconomic restraints skewing any data collected?
That is a great question, and it's something we didn't mention before. There were 161 total participants, and the ages ranged, I've just got it up for me, from 19 to 80. The average age was 45, 45 and a half. And most of the people were in the UK. We had 100 people from the UK, 30 people from the United States, and there were 23 people from other countries across different continents. And the 6 people didn't tell us where they were. We had a fairly good split, not quite even. 56 people were identified as strongly male. We used an 11-point scale so people could identify across a scale wherever they wanted or not identify on the scale. 94 were strongly female with the top end of the scale, and 2 people said they didn't identify on the scale. And that was as much personal information as demographic information as we gathered. The socioeconomic things, actually, everybody had to have access to the internet to complete the questionnaire. So we were dealing with people who had some level of stability. I don't know if you'd call it stability or comfort, or if you might question, well, how many people now do have a tablet or a phone, access to some form of internet? To do a wider study would have been wonderful so that we could access a really genuinely diverse range of people, but we would have needed to be able to use a paper questionnaire, access them in person, and because of the strange situation, that wasn't something we could do.
I think related to that, there was a question from Shiloh on was there a breakdown in demographics on geography, urban versus rural?
I wish we knew, but we didn't ask. So, because people had so many things to do at that point in their lives and so many genuine new concerns, we tried to make it as well. We wanted them to actually tell us about the goal, and we knew filling out any kind of a questionnaire takes time. So we wanted to leave them time to focus on those instead of asking too many earlier questions. And also, we didn't want people to be put off responding by asking too much personal information.
Thank you. There's a question from Mook. Do people who have learned to think out of the box have stronger self-efficacy beliefs and coping strategies? People with disabilities are often out of the box thinkers because they've been forced to adapt and be flexible by necessity. People with disabilities are often more used to isolation, discrimination, and negative societal situations. Were any people with disabilities involved in your study, and did they have different responses to projects and goals during the lockdown compared with people without disabilities?
I can answer part of this. Dan, do you want to say anything? I don't want to leave you out.
Oh, thank you. May I say 2 things? The second one will, in fact, relate to this question, but I'm sorry, it's off the screen. I don't see who asked the question. Someone also added something about socioeconomics. Our population surely was considerably above the global mean in socioeconomic status. And Laura and I are well aware that the pattern of results we have here may be distinctive to that population. Our pattern of results in which people stuck with personal projects was quite wonderful in this setting, yet in a different setting in which there are larger economic challenges during a pandemic, one can well imagine that people conceivably would display a different pattern in which they abandon goals despite having a high self-efficacy because of the just press of challenges in a different socioeconomic setting. Finally, on this question of this is a very interesting question, thinking out of the box. I'll allow myself, ironically perhaps, to step a little outside of the box of our study and will say something. Other kinds of self-efficacy studies will ask people to contemplate their abilities to do a wide range of things. Many people have lives in which they have 20 different challenges. And routinely, that sort of research finds that some people have considerable variability from situation to situation. They're confident in leading a group of people as long as they know them well, but not strangers. They're very outgoing with some people and introverted with others, and don't think they can pull off socially skilled behaviors in some settings, but are confident in others. That sort of self-efficacy is not a general trait. People display variability and even differ in the ways in which they have degree to which they have variability in their self-efficacy beliefs in different situations. So yes, some people are particularly able to think flexibly, to recognize where their strengths come into play, even if the situation is challenging, maintain pockets of expertise in life, even if they see themselves having limits in others. That wasn't precisely an aspect of our data, but in some other day, that is an aspect of.
If we missed your question, please put it back in the text chat. You might want to comment on Shiloh's comment. Farmers who are more self-contained as an economic unit might respond with a different view than those who rent and work for someone else.
Absolutely. I think this goes along with there were people who were doing projects that they didn't see as being affected by the pandemic as much because, for example, there was someone who was writing a book and they could continue writing their book despite lockdown. Now, if you're a farmer, actually, I don't know how that would work. It depends if you have lots of workforce working for you. They might, of course, be affected. And then the transportation of your goods and things. So there may be further chains affected, but I can understand that if you are in control, as it were, of the tasks you're doing, that indeed you might respond differently.
It goes beyond the scope of this talk, but there is actually a cultural psychology literature that looks both at, for example, Western, Eastern conceptions of how I do things, my sense of self, and in fact, the role of job activities, whether you are working in isolation as opposed to embedded in long-standing generation after generation community-based teams. This is a remarkably good question that would require a long answer that goes well beyond the scope of our talk. But yes, exactly this, including with the example of farmers, is an area of study on what we were doing, cross-cultural psychology.
Can I just say to thank we have a third author who's not here, but he's watching at home. He's called Ben Sharp, and so we need to acknowledge him and say thank you for his role in the study and the paper. And he wishes he could be here today.
Thank you, Ben.
Lots of nice comments in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very interesting questions. And Gentle asks if there are any other questions. And there's one from Buffy. What do you plan to do next?
Wow, well, this is a great one because what we plan to do next is to attempt to show how all this thinking about what you can do actually works with our brains. So our third author happens to be rather specialized in some equipment like eye tracking equipment and using EEG and an I'm going to get it wrong, FRNIS. It's measures inside your brain what you're doing. And so we're looking at how to show where the thinking occurs and what happens when you think about things. It's super fun.
I think that's probably the end of our time for this session, which is sad because this was a great session, so much going on, a lot of information. Thank you very, very much to both of our presenters, and thanks to the audience for the great questions. It's break time, gang, and we're going to start up again on the hour. So I want to encourage everybody to get up and move around a little bit. You don't want anybody to get pulmonary embolisms that you contribute to our conference. I will encourage you to exercise, even if you're just sitting at your computer. You can stretch your legs out straight and then use your toes to trace out your name. That's one good way to do that. You can also march in place. You can swing your arms, get some transcription, get some exercise going. And thank you to our transcriptionists as well.
Gentle, does the voice sound okay? Thanks. Hello. My SO name is Dark Firegrave, and I'd like to extend another welcome to each of you attending today's conference. In real life, I have a master's degree in counseling, and I worked as a mental health professional prior to leaving the workforce due to progressive physical disabilities. Over a decade ago, I first experienced Second Life as a conference attendee, and I continued to hang around for the therapeutic value that virtual worlds can offer. Today, it is my pleasure to introduce Catherine Ettman, whose work explores the social and economic factors that shape population mental health. She will present some of the first findings published in the U.S. on depression severity experienced during the current pandemic relative to before COVID-19, and will discuss emerging trends for inequities in U.S. society. Ms. Ettman works as Chief of Staff and Director of Strategic Initiatives for the Dean's Office at Boston University School of Public Health. She has studied public policy at Princeton and is pursuing a PhD in Health Services Research at Brown University. She is co-editor of Urban Health and has previously worked in campaign politics in Washington, D.C. and Texas. This will be an information-packed presentation, so please hold your questions and comments until the end of the session. Again, it is my pleasure to welcome Catherine Ettman to Virtual Abilities' 10th Annual Mental Health Symposium. Ms. Ettman, thank you for being with us today. The floor is yours.
Catherine, try standing and sitting on the podium again. Sorry about that. Be sure you click your speak button on at the bottom of your screen.
All right, thank you. And am I on the podium?
Yep, that's good.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Thank you, Dark, for that kind introduction. And thank you for having me today. So I wanted to say a warm good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are calling in from. And thank you for having me. My name is Catherine Ettman, and I serve as Chief of Staff at the Boston University School of Public Health. And as Dark noted, I'm also a doctoral student at Brown University School of Public Health, and I'm grateful to be here today to talk about our research on mental health during COVID-19.
Catherine, click on the right-hand thumbnail. The rightmost of the three thumbnails on the bottom.
All right, let's see if that worked. Any luck?
No, I'm wondering if it's a Wi-Fi issue. Are you on Wi-Fi today?
I am.
Okay. Tell you what, if the audience will allow us, we will make a little switch here. I'll come up and try and control your slides.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chantal.
Not a problem. I just have to connect to it. Well, if I can. I think SL is doing things to us today. Okay, we're on your second slide. Go.
Excellent, thank you. So my work looks at the social, physical, and economic contexts that shape population mental health. This is an outline for my presentation for the day. I will first present on our research on mental health during COVID-19. Then I will present on how these patterns reflect existing social and economic inequities and how they may be widened by the moment. And last, I will end on a note of hope and discuss potential ways to address these topics moving forward. To start, mental health relies on the context and the world around us. To start, a traumatic event is defined as a traumatic experience that causes physical, emotional, and psychological distress or harm. It is an event that is perceived and experienced as a threat to one's safety or to the stability of one's world. Now, I'm not sure if you're seeing my slides, but the next slide that would be up shows an image and it says 2020, the Great American Trauma. Based on this definition, the U.S. has faced no fewer than 3 large-scale traumatic exposures since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. First, we had the unknown coronavirus emerge, with stress and anxiety around catching COVID-19 and spreading it to others. Second, the world saw a precipitous economic downturn, which, as we will discuss, disrupted all lives, but disrupted disadvantaged groups disproportionately. And third, we witnessed social unrest in response to a reckoning with race and ethnicity and other key social issues. So how do these traumas shape health? I will show 2 frameworks that inform our thinking about how context shapes health outcomes.
You will need to tell me when to change the slide because you're not using your speakeasy, so don't worry about it.
Perfect.
Just tell me when I need to change the slide.
Okay. Next slide, please. This is the social ecological model. This figure by George Kaplan shows how personal health is the product of the multiple contexts that people live in. Personal health is a product of individual characteristics, family and personal relationships, community and neighborhood contexts and institutions, and finally, social and economic policies that shape all else. Mental health in particular is sensitive to economic and social context, and the social ecological model describes how different models of nested context shape health outcomes and can be applied to how assets shape population mental health. This model can be used to show how context shapes all health outcomes. But this is true particularly of mental health, because mental health is sensitive to the contextual world around us. And since changes in mental health can present themselves much sooner than changes in physical health might. Next slide, please. The second model that shapes our thinking is called the life stress model, where health is affected by stressors or traumatic exposures. In my work, I'm interested in assets, so I look specifically at how and which assets protect against mental illness in the face of stressors and traumatic exposures. Next slide, please. Our research team had two main questions. First, what is the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on mental health in the US? And the second was, what are the risk factors associated with poor mental health during COVID-19? To understand how COVID-19 in particular affected mental health in the US, our team at the Boston University School of Public Health conducted an original survey in April of 2020, when shutdowns were beginning across the country. We created an original survey, which was collected from March 31st to April 13th on a nationally representative group of adults, and we compared the results from this survey to the most recent nationally available data on population mental health. Next slide. Our team found three main findings. First, 27.8% of Americans reported probable depression. That was 1/4 of all US adults. Second, this represented a threefold increase overall in probable depression during relative to before COVID-19. Third, we found that persons with lower resources, lower income, no family savings, lower education were more likely to report depression. Next slide. This graph shows the increase in depressive symptoms over time. As you can see, we saw a rightward shift in depressive symptoms, with more people having more depressive symptoms at every level and fewer people having none during COVID-19 relative to before it. Next slide. This graph breaks down the symptom scores into categories. Overall, there was a 1.5-fold higher prevalence of mild depression, 2.5-fold higher prevalence for moderate depression, 3.5-fold higher prevalence for moderately severe depression, and 7.5-fold increase for severe depressive symptoms during COVID-19 relative to before. Next slide. We knew that the COVID-19 pandemic would bring with it stressors, including job loss. So our next study particularly wanted to look at the effect of stressors like financial strain and job loss on depressive symptoms. Next slide. Next slide. The stressors that we included were difficulty paying rent, losing a job, having a household family member lose a job, and having financial problems. Next slide. And this graph shows what we found. This shows an interaction between having assets and experiencing COVID-19 stressors. So here's how we look at this graph. The bar on the far left represents people who had high assets before COVID-19 and low stressors. So these are people with a college degree, they own their home, they have savings, and they did not lose a job during COVID. On the far right, we have people who had low assets before going into COVID-19. So for example, they did not have a college degree, they did not have family savings, they did not own a home, and they also experienced stressors that were due to COVID-19, such as job loss, difficulty paying rent, or general financial difficulty. The difference between those two graphs is fourfold. So people who had low stressors going into COVID-19 and who experienced job loss were 4 times as likely to report depression as people who had assets coming into COVID-19. Now, the two groups in the middle represent persons with high assets before COVID-19 and high stressors, so those people experienced the stress of COVID-19, And the bar next to it are people with low assets and low stressors. What is interesting is that these two groups, despite having very different experience in financial stressors, are reporting the same level of probable depression. Our interpretation is that it takes a pandemic and the stressors of job loss for persons with assets to report the same level of depression as persons who have low assets without the stressors of COVID-19. We called this the double jeopardy. People who had fewer resources before COVID-19 were more likely to have higher depression and anxiety before COVID-19, and they were the group that was more likely to be exposed to stressors that would deepen depression and anxiety during COVID-19. Next slide. Then our team decided to break down assets to see whether there was a cumulative influence of assets on depression. And sure enough, we found that that was true. This graph shows us two findings. First, persons with more stressors, the dark blue line, were more likely to report a higher prevalence of depression at every asset level. Second, persons with more assets, the further to the right, had a lower prevalence of depression. So this graph shows that stress is cumulative and assets are cumulative. So the more assets that people had, the less depression they had. And overall, people with COVID-19 stressors were more likely to have depression than people without. Next slide. This finding was true across mental health outcomes. This is a study led by my colleague, Dr. Salma Abdallah. And in this study, we looked at using the same data, looking at stressors and anxiety. We found that experiencing more COVID-19 related stressors was associated with greater likelihood of reporting anxiety. Next slide. These findings were not only true of depression and anxiety, but they were also true for post-traumatic stress symptoms. So we found that experiencing more stressors was associated with poorer mental health across a range of outcomes. Next slide. These patterns were not unique to the United States. Next slide. In the United Kingdom, anxiety was higher during COVID-19 relative to before, and anxiety was higher for people with lower annual income. Next slide. In a study of Hong Kong residents, we looked at exposure to social unrest stress and COVID-19 stress. The orange bar shows people with low assets. They have less wealth, less savings. The striped bar is people with high assets. People with low assets were more likely to experience depression regardless of stressor exposure. And the more stressors that they were exposed to, the more probable depression they reported. Next slide. We found similar patterns across anxiety as well. Next slide. And health behaviors in general have gotten worse for people who have less. In this study, led by my colleague Dr. Laura Sampson, we found in a sample of 90,971 women across the United States that having lost a job, having trouble paying bills, and having pay decreased was associated with worse mental health behaviors. People who experienced these stressors reported getting less sleep during the pandemic relative to before it. Next slide. This group also reported eating less healthy during COVID-19. Next slide. And exercising less, drinking more alcohol, and smoking more during COVID-19 relative to before it. An increase in unhealthy behaviors is associated with a decrease in mental health. Next slide. These patterns are troubling on their own, but they do not start with the COVID-19 pandemic. Many inequities that we are seeing during COVID-19 build on years of systematic exclusion, which have led to greater differences in the haves and have-nots in society. Next slide. In thinking about how context shapes health, particularly for research that may look at race or ethnicity, it is important to consider the historical and enduring contexts of systematic racism that have shaped health outcomes in the United States. We can see the effects of racial and ethnic discrimination at every level of the social ecological model that I shared with you earlier. For example, the GI Bill in the 1940s did not equally benefit Black and white veterans, contributing to gaps in education and housing that have led to intergenerational wealth gaps today. At an institutional level, redlining was one of multiple ways that Black persons were denied loans or mortgages to buy homes, leading to segregation and lower home values in minority neighborhoods, with downstream effects on public goods and services. And of course, at the relationship and individual levels, employment discrimination and increased exposure to stressors, such as unemployment, are all contexts that shape health outcomes in the United States and that play an inextricable role in shaping health, particularly for racial and ethnic minorities. Next slide. This is a map of Miami that shows how neighborhoods were redlined, where neighborhoods with a higher proportion of racial or ethnic minorities were described as hazardous or risky investments, marked as red areas on the map, leading to reduced assessments in the values of homes and properties. Next slide. This has contributed over time to a vastly unequal distribution of wealth in the U.S. In 2019, median wealth of white families was $184,000, while the median wealth of Black families was $23,000. That is an 8-fold difference in wealth between white families and Black or Hispanic families, and this was higher than at the start of the century. Next slide. This is troubling to see, particularly when we have unequal distribution of stressors like job loss by income groups. In this graph, we can see that employment was down by 1.6% among higher wage workers. This is a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, recent figures as of February. Meanwhile, employment is down 28% among low-wage workers in the U.S. Next slide. This has led to what has been called the most unequal recession in history by the Washington Post. In this figure, they showed the difference in job loss by income groups across the different recessions in U.S. history. None has been as unequal as the one that we are experiencing right now with COVID-19. Next slide. Given that mental health is sensitive to social and economic factors and that systematic inequality is a shared context that we have lived in the United States, our team wanted to understand how the unequal distribution of assets may relate to depression across racial groups. I'm about to show the results from another study that our team did. Next slide. First, we looked at the prevalence of depression by assets. This is a graph of depression by household income across race and ethnicity group. What we found was that across race and ethnicity groups, income was the biggest driver of depression. Higher income groups experienced lower rates of depression, and lower income groups experienced higher prevalence of depression, regardless of the race or ethnicity group. This is what we found and what we called a dose-response relationship between low income and depression. Next slide. The same pattern was true across educational attainment. Persons with less than a high school degree had the highest prevalence of depression, regardless of race or ethnicity, and persons with a college degree or more had the lowest prevalence of depression. Next slide. This slide shows the predicted probability of depression by race groups. And what I want to point out is the difference in the patterns. So in one, it goes up, and in the other, it goes down. And the main point of this graph is to show that in our first model, when we only adjusted for race, racial and ethnic minorities had a higher prevalence of depression. In our final model, we were able to compare persons who had similar assets, so high wealth to high wealth or low wealth to low wealth. When we did that, Black and non-Hispanic persons had a lower probability of depression. So what we found was that the high prevalence of depression that we are reporting across minority groups at the national level is explained largely by unequal access to assets. Thus, our work suggests that we should be looking at social and economic factors when trying to understand what is shaping mental health and how to improve it. Next slide. The final section of my talk is called Reasons for Hope. I choose to be optimistic about the future. The more we know about what causes health, the better we can be at protecting it and addressing poor mental health before it gets worse. Next slide. There are 3 reasons among many why I am hopeful. Next slide. First, we are putting mental health on the map. This work that we've done has made some noise. The first study I shared has been featured in 429 news outlets across the world. And we hope that this work can reduce stigma around mental health and encourage open dialogue so that people can understand the signs in themselves and in others. Recognizing and respecting mental health will allow us to acknowledge it, to understand it, and address it. Next slide. The second reason I am hopeful is that we know so much more now than we did 50 years ago, or 10 years ago, or even 1 year ago. We have seen poor mental health increase 3-fold during COVID-19, but we're also better at understanding the drivers of poor mental health. We understand better than at any other time in history the factors that are contributing to inequities. In response to our work, Professor Ruth Shim wrote an article that argued that mental health inequities will continue to increase during and after COVID-19 if left unaddressed. And she calls for the field to pay attention to the social determinants that shape health, the context around us. Next slide. She says, convincing data support investments in public health and social welfare benefits, for example, food, housing, unemployment benefits, over investments in healthcare services, such as Medicaid and Medicare, to achieve better health outcome. Our study contributes such evidence suggesting that we, as a society, should invest in systems that allow all groups to acquire assets as one of our public health priorities. Given a history of systematic exclusion from acquiring assets, focusing on increasing wealth of racial and ethnic minority groups in particular may reduce inequities and improve population mental health. Next slide. My boss, Dean Sandro Galea, often concludes by talking about soccer. He says that soccer is a metaphor for health, and your health is the product of the 11 members on the team. The goalie is there to ensure that the other team does not score a shot, and the goalie usually gets a lot of attention during the games. But the other players are there to ensure that the ball does not get close to the net to begin with. This is health. Doctors are the goalie. They help treat us when we get sick, but we would like to avoid going to the doctor if we can help it. The other 10 members are just as, if not more, critical for the team's success. In the case of health, this means having access to unemployment, access to unemployment benefits, to employment, to education, to transportation, safe housing, healthy food, fair wages, and anti-discrimination laws. These are the factors that shape the world we live in and that shape our health. Next slide. With that in mind, there are policies that can help and ways that we can reduce the stressors around us and provide people with assets to protect against the effects of unexpected traumatic events on mental health. For example, we can create policies that protect people from losing their homes through eviction moratoria. We can provide income support to those who need it, and we can provide health insurance that is not tied to employment. These are just a start. Next slide. And third, I am hopeful because of you. This research has not only given us insights into mental illness across the US during the pandemic, but it has also started a conversation. It has given me a chance to speak with and learn from different groups and people around the world about their work and about their experiences. The experience of preparing for this talk has given me a rare peek into this world. Thank you for showing me and showing the world an example of support, connection, of community through this organization. I believe that having conversations, that bridging worlds, can help us find in ourselves a common humanity, a common respect, and a common need for each other. So while these data show us that during this time, our health has suffered, and it has suffered inequitably, the future is bright, and we can change it. I am thankful, I am humbled, and I am hopeful. Next slide. Thank you to my colleagues for their support, and thank you for having me today. Next slide. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion that will follow.
Okay, we already have some questions. People are saying thank you, and there's clapping. Shiloh asks, what has been the gendered aspect of mental health in COVID? And did the data show any increase in domestic violence related to the levels of depression, any socioeconomic or ethnic differences? And did food security factor into people's comments on their mental health?
These are great questions. So I'll address the first one to start. So on gender, there is a gender gap in depression. This was true before COVID-19, and this is true during COVID-19. Women, for a number of reasons, report a higher prevalence of depression, sometimes as high as 2 times as much as men. And in the case of COVID-19, women reported a higher prevalence of depression than men. But because their baseline was higher to begin with, the change was actually slightly less in that they started with higher prevalence of depression and then it got worse over COVID-19. So we did see that probable depression increased for all groups, and it is certainly much worse for women. But because they started at a higher baseline, the change was higher for men. And now that's due to a number of different reasons, and that I think there's a whole literature that is trying to understand these mechanisms. Now, to your questions about social and economic factors and how these play out in interpersonal relationships and other factors that shape mental health, our research did not look at domestic violence, but there are other studies that have shown an increase in domestic violence during this time. Our work did look at food insecurity, and as you suspect, food insecurity is contributing largely to poor mental health during this time. And that was true in March of 2020, and we're seeing that in our preliminary data of 2021 as well.
Okay, Mook has a question. Do you consider age an asset as defined by your study? Many older people in the UK are handling the lockdown issues much better than young people. Older people in the UK have shown themselves to be more phlegmatic, maybe pragmatic. They tend to just get on with it. They complain less, and they are more patient in waiting it out. I understand that it may not just be age per se, it may also be the specific generational experiences of this particular age group. Many older people in the UK have experienced the life-changing post-war hardships of World War II. These people have more resources at their disposal than the younger generations who may not have gone through times of great nationwide stress and upheaval.
This is a great question. I'm smiling right now because in part you've answered the question. Age is a very interesting story during COVID-19. So what we're seeing is a difference in trends in that younger groups are reporting higher prevalence of depression than older groups. And you've now stated some hypotheses. This could be due to several factors. So first, younger persons are more likely to report depression during COVID-19. Second, to your question, do we consider age an asset? So the older that people get, the more assets they're able to accrue over time. So older persons are more likely to have retirement savings, and they may be more likely to have cushions to fall down upon when hardship occurs. But I think something that's larger than that, that's contributing to mental health, is disruption. So other research has shown that disruption to daily routine is a large contributor to poor mental health. And on the whole, younger persons may have been more disrupted during the COVID-19 pandemic, potentially, than older persons. So for example, for children in school, our data was only on adults, so we could only speak for those younger people from ages 18 to 30, and this group reported the highest prevalence of depression. And this group was more likely to be affected by stressors like job loss because they were more likely to be in the workforce. They were more likely to report stressors like inability to pay for rent. And this group also lost social connections. So it is possible that older persons have they have social connections that perhaps they lived with, as opposed to younger people who hadn't yet built those communities. And we do know from previous research that social support is very important in protecting people from the ill effect of stressors. Now, to your last point about exposure to previous stressors, the literature is clear. The more stressors that people experience, the worse it is. So while people are very resilient, and we will get through this moment, we would not hope for cohorts to experience stressors to get stronger. Rather, we would prefer to prevent exposure to stressors in the future. But we have certainly documented, as have many other researchers, the higher prevalence of poor mental health in younger persons and older persons. We continue to unpack what those mechanisms might be.
Okay, Catherine, here's another question from Gentle. Gentle says, thank you for your presentation. You have many important findings that can also be used as suggestions for our politicians to pay attention to. But I wonder, since your suggestions would require additional investments for increasing housing, food security, employment training, etc., how are you thinking all this would be paid for?
Thank you, Gentle. And I just want to say thank you for moving my slides forward today, but also for your mentorship and support as I prepared for this presentation. Your question is a good one, and I might reframe it to ask, what would the cost be of not investing in these core factors in society? If we take a longer view and look at the social investments over time, by investing in these core determinants, we will ultimately save money for governments, for private institutions over time. Now, this is a concept that we are actively working on. Many of my colleagues from the 3D Commission are actually in the audience today. I want to say welcome and thank you for joining me. And this group is looking at social determinants of health and how they intersect with data and decision making. And there does seem to be greater interest from the private sector in understanding how they can contribute to these infrastructures, to these social determinants, because they know that by having a healthier context, their employees will be healthier, communities will be healthier, and we will ultimately save costs down the road. The question is pivoting our mindset from a shorter term view to a longer term mindset.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. Here is another one from Polaris. Has geographic location and topography contributed to the formation of stressors in the formation of the study?
Thank you for asking. It's a very good question. So our study was not designed to look at geographic differences. It was done at the national level. So we did find some regional differences, but I'd be hesitant to report on them based on our data for this particular study. But this question speaks to the larger concept, which is that environment shapes health. So it is entirely possible that different environments, different social and political choices that countries or states made would thereby affect the mental health of populations. I think there will be many studies that follow that look at the different approaches that states and different geographic regions took in response to COVID-19.
Catherine, there are lots of people who are loving that answer. Gentle is smiling. Pi says, I agree. Let me see. Clancy says, love this answer. Jaden nodded. Let me see. I thought I saw another one. Jaden said, I would be very interested in urban versus suburban versus rural differences. And Gentle asks another question. I'm going to turn one of your comments around. Could I ask the audience members how you feel about the utility of virtual worlds during this pandemic? How has the pandemic affected your second life as compared to your real life? And Catherine says, thank you, and yes, I'm interested to learn. And Tom says, we'll have something to say about that soon. Tom, I think you're the next presenter, aren't you? Lancy says, well, I am new here, but I feel some connection and support here that's been lacking in the real life. So thank you for this. And Jaden says, I think the tables have been turned in terms of coping ability. We have long been accustomed to social distancing, really social connecting over physical distances. And Gentle says, pause for audience input. And yes, Tom's research is along these lines. Tom says, yes, we are. Jaden says, now we are the abled ones. Gentle, it looks like that was a great question. Gentle says, how do you mean that, Jaden? And Eric says, thinking about Shiloh's question on the gendered aspect, and also in relation to what you said about older people often having more assets or familial resources or support, I'm wondering if you've seen, either in this study or others, any nuances or additional discoveries about LGBT individuals of various age groups, especially knowing that in many places in this country, younger LGBT people don't have much family support and are also perhaps less likely to have a family support system as they age. Did you want to speak to that at all, Catherine?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. So social support is a key factor for protecting mental health. And that is why communities and chosen families are critical to help people navigate any stressors. I think your question is a good one. We did not address this in the studies that we've done to date. This is something that I'd like to delve into further, but it speaks to me about the importance of creating resources for all groups, particularly groups that have been marginalized. to ensure that all people have access to safe and supportive communities so that they can help them to live full lives.
Okay. And again, I think that was an answer that a lot of folks appreciated. Numera says, having Second Life has always been a social anchor for me. The pandemic did not affect those interactions or my experiences in Second Life. It's actually been a great offset to the challenges of the real world interactions and changes. Polaris says, this venue was made for pandemic results of life. Okay, and Eric nodded to your last answer. Jaden as well. Pi says, I firmly believe that equality and the social determinants of health are essential for a better society. Eric says, thank you. Buffy says, great question, Dental. Second Life has always been a help for connecting as I live in a more remote area, and it's even more so now that we've been asked to limit our real-life contacts. I'm ever thankful for my virtual communities with people from all over the world. And Clancy nods in agreement. Support is so important. Just continuing, Jaden said that they've been housebound for a long time already, years and years. And Eric says, thank goodness for virtual worlds. And Leah agrees. She says yes. Says thank you all. Love. Very grateful. Mary says learning and sharing here and spreading it with my senior community. Wow. With women of wisdom. Thanks for your ideas. Okay, and Shyla says, unfortunately, we have not had many studies that address the way Asian communities are surviving COVID and increased racial hatred, whether gendered, rural versus urban, or social issues. Will this be something that you address in the future?
Thank you for asking that question. And yes, this is something that we are looking to. In our first study, we found a 5-fold increase in depressive symptoms in persons that identified as Asian American before COVID-19 and during COVID-19. And that was actually the highest increase of all racial ethnic groups. Now I will say that our sample size is small for this group. So we would want to see these results in larger studies, and I know that there are several in the works, but absolutely it is critical to understand how this time is affecting different groups. And we know that hateful language is not good for mental health. We know that discrimination is not good for any type of health. And so to know that there are certain groups that are being targeted is just it's heartbreaking, but also it does speak to potential rises in mental health in the future. So we want to address these root causes to eliminate discrimination and hatred of all kinds, and be aware of the lasting effects that these experiences may have so that we can provide additional support to these communities in the future.
Shyla says 5-fold. Wow. Clancy says, all of this is heartbreaking. My heart is broken open. Aiden says, we need that reported regardless of small sample size, even if it's not conclusive, because small sample size is part of how Asian Americans have remained so invisible in important studies like these. Gentle asked the question, there is a large ripple effect of being able to share with people across the world through virtual environments. How can we do this more and better?
Well, Gentle, I want to say you're doing it. Thank you. Thank you for hosting this conference and for inviting a range of speakers, inviting me to come. I know I have learned so much through this experience, and I've been really humbled by it, and I'm grateful to learn about this world and the support that you've provided. And if there are ways that we can be helpful in academia or in the work that we do towards our shared efforts for improving mental health for all people, please let us know.
Okay. Gentle agrees with Jane's point about being reported, about the importance of reporting this. And Mook also nods, agrees with Jaden. And Shiloh says, applause and thank you for an excellent talk. And Shiloh, I think you meant to Catherine. Gentle says, so you will come back and talk with us again in the future?
Absolutely. I would be honored. I may need your help, though, getting a new professional outfit.
Jaden says, thank you from a grateful Asian American. And Ice Guy says, please come back and share more with us. And Mook says, and from a grateful Asian Brit. Dark says, thank you, Catherine. And Gentle says, that's fine. And I think that's about helping you get an outfit. And Vanity says, I can do that. Gentle says, we're almost at the end of our time. Are there any last questions from the audience? And Gentle says, yes, let Vanity help you with the outfits. Ice Guy says, other communities have also been affected. As a subset of the persons with disabilities community, the deaf and hard of hearing communities have also experienced extra challenges due to the pandemic. And a big part of it is the language barrier. Any consideration for studying that or for study in that area?
Thank you so much for asking that question. After preparing for this presentation, I asked myself the same thing. So I will hope for us to do more work in this area, but I may need to come back to you for help as I'm doing it.
By the way, Gentle says that vanity is the queen of freebies. Good person to know for all of us. And Gentle says, audience, let's show our appreciation one last time before we go on break. Lots of thank yous and applause and gestures in the chat. This is kind of pretty, eh?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a true privilege.
groups and interviews for that research in this room. But just because of limits of time, we thought it would be fun to focus on Animal Crossing. The data collection, because it has to be fast for this grant, started last July and already ended on March 31st. Now we are figuring out what we're going to do together in terms of writing about and making other presentations about this research. I am finishing a book about the Intellivision video game system from the 1970s and 80s, and Chandra, Sandy, and Evan are finishing their dissertations. So we're going to start that really in like July or August. We're finishing up some other things first, but we've done the data collection, and it's a real honor to be able to present this here today because it really is brand new. This is the first time we've talked about this. We don't really know everything we found yet. We're very excited and really look forward to any questions and comments you have. One wonderful thing that we were able to do as well is we have a fifth team member, a pretty strange guy, but you know, we worked with him. His name's Drax. Some of you might have heard of this guy. He wanders around Second Life, you know, taking pictures and stuff. But yeah, who again? So no, we were so excited. For those of you who know, I did some research a few years ago on disability in Second Life, and Drax made an incredible film, Our Digital Selves, about that research. And next month, I have an article coming out in the journal Visual Anthropology Review about that collaboration. I can email it to you if you remind me later once it's out. And the National Science Foundation funded that film, Our Digital Selves, and they agreed to support him to do a film about Animal Crossing and Second Life and the pandemic. And so he is working on that alongside of us doing our research, and it's just been a really fun collaboration. So now I'm going to pass it to Sandy, and Sandy will begin by giving some background about Animal Crossing. And Sandy, you can just say next slide when you want me to move to the next slide.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you, Tom. Okay, so switching to Animal Crossing. So Animal Crossing New Horizon is part of a franchise that has been around for more than a decade, actually. The current game that many of you may have heard about, even just in the news, was released in March 2020. So the release coincided with the beginning of the pandemic, which was one of the reasons why we also decided to look at that game and see how it develops and how people are responding to it. And well, also because it was very clear from the beginning that it was very important to people. And Animal Crossing is intended for the Nintendo Switch. The game costs, you have to purchase the game. And in order to play, both by yourself, but also to be able to access it online, you have to pay for the game and then have a $20 yearly online subscription. And that is the only way to really visit other people on their islands, which we will speak about a little bit more later. The game has been incredibly successful. It sold more than 31 million copies by the beginning of February this year. And yeah, it's been everywhere. Okay, next slide, Tom. And so about the game itself, we will show you a couple of slides so you get a better sense of what the graphics look like as well. But first, so the game is set up in a way where you as a player, you get your own island, and you can basically do whatever you like on that island and with that island. So you have the ability to terraform and change the layout of the island itself. You can, you have a house that you get to build and customize for yourself and decorate. And there are also endless opportunities just to build different things, to purchase different things, like within the game, that you can put around the island or in your house, just to make it really your own. And people have been really creative, and like even though the game itself is very much aimed at children, it's also played by a lot of adults and has been also adjusted in that way. So there are a lot of like PG-18 islands around. But it's very creative, and you have a lot of freedom in what you can do, but not quite like Second Life, just to point that out. All right, there are also villagers on the island, so like different avatars that you can invite. You can have up to 10 villagers on your island. They all have their own homes, and you can visit them. There are 2 shops on the island, one that specializes on just clothing. There's a town center where like certain events will take place. There's also a museum that has become really important, or is really important for people who play, because you as a player, you fill that museum with you basically collect and enhance the collection. And there is also an airport from which you can travel to other islands and visit the islands of your friends or of strangers if you like. Next slide, Tom. And so here are just a couple of impressions of what an island can look like. So you can see that there are like different levels to the island. So you can that is something that you can choose. You can plant flowers, plant different kinds of trees. You can set up outside coffee shops if you like. Like a couple more images. One thing that's important to mention is that the villagers, the villagers that are part of the game, they are all animals. So these are all animal characters, and only players get to have an avatar that looks like a human, basically. Okay, and I will now let Evan move on to the next bit.
Oh, I forgot to move on to this one other slide of yours, Sandy. I'll just put it up for a moment that has like the nighttime picture.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't pay attention to that. But here you can see, on that particular slide, you can see what it would look like if your friends came to visit you on your island. And you can basically hang out together, do stuff together, and yeah. All right, Evan.
Great, thanks, Sandy. So I want to go over a few of our research concepts and research goals. So first of all, virtual worlds, as most of you know, are shared places on the internet. And so they come in many different shapes and sizes. They can be more open-ended, like Second Life or Minecraft, but they can also be more game-oriented. So things come to mind like Roblox, Fortnite, and World of Warcraft. So some of our primary questions for this research were, how have people been using virtual worlds during the pandemic? What's different and what's not? And what's specific to virtual worlds compared to social network sites like Facebook or Instagram, things like websites, email, etc. So in other words, what makes virtual worlds stand out and what makes them singularly important for people during the pandemic? Tom, next slide. So we are a team of anthropologists using what are called ethnographic methods. So ethnographic methods are used for studying people in their everyday lives. So our primary methodology is known as participant observation. So participant observation basically means that we spent time with people in worlds on their own terms, participating in their worlds, but also observing them. So we get a lot of information from this method. So we were doing participant observation in the virtual worlds, but equally as important is looking at the way people interact in associated groups outside of these virtual worlds. So in places like Discord and other community forums, blogs, even places like Pinterest and Instagram, and also websites like Nookazon. Nookazon is a really interesting website where people can go and sell and trade in-game items for Animal Crossing. Another really important method that we used are interviews. So we spoke to people at length, people from both Second Life and Animal Crossing. And in Animal Crossing in particular, we asked most of our interviewees to give us a tour of their island. And we often did this either before or after the interview. And it was really interesting to be able to sort of explore the island with them and ask questions from the interview that maybe we can sort of expand upon by looking at their island and seeing what areas they like to highlight. And I'll pass it over to Tom real quick to talk about focus groups.
So, and I should briefly mention, as part of that participant observation, we, the four of us, had islands in Animal Crossing. And my island is simply embarrassing compared to Chandra, Evan, and Sandy's. They have the most beautiful islands. They are so good. Oh my God. And that's part of the participant observation, because then when they're doing interviews or talking to people and the people they're interviewing mention details about the island and how things work, we know because we ourselves do it, but they are so much better. And, you know, Drax has been doing stuff in Animal Crossing for the film, but I don't even know, I haven't seen his island, so it's probably a big dump. I don't know how it's like, but we'll have to check it out eventually. But their islands are great. One method that we did not use in the Animal Crossing research, but we did use in Second Life, so I'll mention it very briefly, is group interviews or focus groups. And some of you participated in those. Focus groups or group interviews are a really wonderful method to go with individual interviews because people talk differently in a group than they do one-on-one. And you can see debate, you can talk with people, you get a different kind of data that's very interesting. The way that Animal Crossing is set up, focus groups are very difficult to do. It's much harder to have a lot of people at the same time on an island. It's not done as commonly there. So we didn't really use that method in Animal Crossing, but we did in the Second Life part of the research. And in the future, as we write more about this project and are comparing, we'll be able to pull out some of that data because we had these digital cultures pandemic chats that many of you participated in here in Second Life, and they were really wonderful. So I just wanted to mention that briefly. And now I'll hand it back to Evan.
Great, thanks, Tom. So another big methodology that we used in this research were surveys. So we actually did 2 surveys, one for players of Animal Crossing and one for inhabitants of Second Life. And we had them translated, so we did them both in English and in Spanish. Across the 2 surveys, we got almost 3,000 responses, which was wonderful. And at the end of every survey, we asked if that respondent were willing to provide an email so we could contact them to be interviewed. And around 837 people did so, which was incredible. So we had almost way too many potential interviewees to pull from. Next slide, Tom. So I just wanted to go over a few simple findings from the survey. A lot of the findings don't really do well as easy graph for a presentation, and we're still sort of gleaning information from that data. But I just want to give you a sense of the kind of data that we were pulling from these surveys. So in this figure, this is responses to the question, how many people are playing Animal Crossing on the Nintendo Switch that you are using? So as we can see, the majority of people are the only ones playing Animal Crossing on their Nintendo Switch. We also see a large number of cases where people, even up to 2 or more people on the same Switch playing Animal Crossing, either sharing an island or having their own islands. Next slide. So in this one, the question was, we have seen that some people have more than one island, usually because they have more than one Switch, more than one house on an island, or more than one avatar. Are any of these the case for you? So we can see more or less, most people have one island, one avatar, one house. But we also see a large number of cases where people have more than one avatar, maybe more than one avatar house on an island, and maybe even more than one island, which actually means that they're playing Animal Crossing on 2 or more different Switches to the same person. So really interesting stuff we're finding from the survey. And I'll pass it over to Sandy to start going through some of our key findings.
So what we're going to do now is each take a turn, starting with Sandy, pulling out sort of 3 themes that we see from the very preliminary analysis of the data so far. And we'll give you some examples of quotes from interviews and images, and you'll see how the themes overlap and shape each other. So this is some very first attempt of talking about some of the stuff we found from the research, particularly as it relates to these issues of mental health, as is the topic of today's symposium. And so, yeah, Sandy will be going first.
Okay. So one of the things that we looked at is the way in which like people talk about loss, like talk about death. It's something that has come up in a lot of the survey responses. It's also something that gets discussed a lot in like Facebook groups or like other communities surrounding the game. And one of the things that we've noticed is that because funerals are like in a lot of countries. And we should mention that even though there is a strong focus on like North America in terms of the responses, we have been able to get responses from people like across Europe, Asia, like South America, like, you know, like the African continent. So like lots of different places. And what we've noticed is in all of these places, I mean, like people have changed the ways in which they can mourn the loss of those, you know, like that are close to them. And so people will often have a space on their island where they create memorials and set up like grave sites or just other like altars or other ways in which they commemorate like people or like also pets that they've lost. And I'm pointing out the pets because that's something that's like that just really stands out because that comes up a lot as well. And we do see that people often post pictures of like of those sites and share them in groups such as like Facebook groups where they get a lot of responses and a lot of feedback. And it seems to really help people to have like a communal experience where like others kind of like share their grief with them. Next slide, Tom. Thank you. And so like there are a couple of quotes. So this is an example from one of the Facebook groups where you can see that a player has created a gravesite for her mom who has passed away, and she basically like she said that, you know, like it's such a small thing, but with such great significance. I'm sorry, a lot of you understand this, but have comfort in knowing you aren't alone. If you need a chat, I'm here. And so that is something that we've seen quite often, where people like offer to be there for others who've experienced loss, but also then in the comments on these posts, like they're overwhelmingly positive and like supportive and encouraging. Next slide, please, Tom. And the other thing that I've already mentioned that we find very interesting is that there's like a really big focus on like kind of like non-human living beings that people like feel really close to, and where they're struggling, like, you know, when they're losing them. And so this person was saying that it's been really tough because a lot of vets don't allow you to enter the clinic anymore when your pet has to be put to sleep. And so again, like being able to create a memorial for your pet on your island and then sharing that with others and just kind of like seeing that there's a community around that is something that has really helped people to cope with those losses. And just to finish this part off, like the death that people speak about are not only deaths that occurred throughout COVID. So people have also really started doing the same kind of memorializing for ones they have lost even years ago, and the community is like very supportive in that way. Okay, next slide, please. So the second, a second topic that we've looked at is loneliness, which is something, I mean, that came up in a lot of the other presentations already as well. Like that's something that's definitely an issue during this pandemic. And yeah, like a lot of people speak about, a lot of our like interlocutors have spoken about feeling isolated, feeling alone, especially during periods of like lockdown. And so for them being able to visit the islands of their friends or family, or even islands of strangers, like playing with others, you know, like inviting them over and playing together, but even like engaging with the villagers that are like, you know, like just like an algorithm basically, makes them feel less alone and really helps them like through these periods of loneliness. What we've noticed as well is that like the online communities surrounding Animal Crossing are incredibly important in that way. And so we've noticed that there are quite a large number of players who don't necessarily engage with others on their island, or like that they don't necessarily visit other people's islands. And we believe that some of that is because it's like there are some access issues where it makes it a little bit more complicated to do that. But so anyway, so like a lot of people, they don't necessarily do it through the game itself, but they're very engaged in those communities. So yeah, Facebook groups are again a good example for that, where like people like, you know, like they really like they post like about their own thoughts about like what's happening. They ask questions, they comment on each other's posts, and so there's just like people have talked about how they've also made friends through these communities, like some of whom have also met in the physical world later at some point. So yeah, so the game itself and the community surrounding the game really helps to combat those feelings of loneliness that are like very common for a lot of people. Next slide, please, Tom. And so here's just like one example. It's just a screenshots taken from one of the Facebook groups that we're looking at, where a user is just talking about that she's been struggling and really feeling like very alone, and but that being in that community, being part of that Facebook group, has really helped her to feel more happy. And so she's just expressing, you know, like that she's like very grateful for people's support. And so we've pulled out two comments that are like very typical for the kind of comments people receive when they open up about their struggles, where like other people are just like, yeah, like we love you, you know, like we're all here for you. And there are often just like, again, offers of people where they are like, please feel free to message me, like we can talk about this, or so like that's very common. And the next slide, please. And so yeah, that is like another person who responded to our survey, who basically has been talking about the very like relaxing and peaceful nature of the game. And so she's not been the only one. Like we very often find language where like respondents kind of like equate the game to like a form of therapy and speak about it as something that is like very relaxing and like really takes them away. And I think Tom will talk more about this later. And yeah, and in the case of this woman, like whose husband had passed away, she was saying that like it really helped her to not be completely isolated and just like have a community that made her feel a little less lonely and helped her to cope with this loss as well. And I will move on to the third one. Can you give me the next slide, please? Thank you. And so like another topic is anxiety. And especially like the previous presenter, especially like she's already talked about how the pandemic really like exacerbates like mental health conditions that are already like existing among people. And that's kind of what came through in interviews as well, and also in survey responses where people really talk about like how like the situation, like it has made the, like it kind of like just like strengthens all these feelings. And so people have told us that being in this like self-contained and self-made world is very soothing for them. And again, that goes back to to a large degree to the fact that they can really customize their island and really create a space of them like for themselves that is like that just like is helpful for them, and that gets to express like who they are and what they need at this point in time. And they obviously can keep working on it. And people have also talked about how playing the game is a task that allows them to focus on something and to distract them from their anxious thoughts. And so, as one respondent put it, Animal Crossing is a safe, positive psychological space to nurture, and also like a very safe, non-destructive hobby. And next slide, please, Tom. And so, yeah, like, again, we just want to provide you with 2 examples. So one respondent, a Navy veteran, who suffers from PTSD and anxiety, has talked about how, like, often the game, like his engagement with the villagers in the game were the only kind of social interaction that he would have throughout a day. And that being able to be in that world and just like play and engage with the villagers has really helped him, like whenever he has an episode, basically, as he calls it. And the next slide. And yeah, and another person like also spoke about the, well, again, like the villager interactions and how important they have been. Just to like help her, you know, like deal with what is going on. And also, and she spoke about it, also just like that there's somebody else like who takes care of her, right? And that like goes back to like something I've already said before, where like the communities around the game are also really important. Like a lot of people like love them because they feel taken care of and supported as they're going through stuff. Okay, and I will now hand over to Evan again.
Hi, thanks, Sandy. So I'm going to go over 3 topics that I've sort of picked out as interesting along with Sandy. So the first is this idea that people felt that Animal Crossing at a time when it can feel like nothing was being accomplished and it was hard to get out of bed in the morning and nothing was being done and people were out of work and out of school and had no sort of drive to move forward. Animal Crossing gave them daily tasks to perform. It gave them an opportunity to set goals for themselves and achieve them. And it was this general sense that people felt of feeling like they were progressing towards something or having a sense of productivity. And this is something that we found across surveys and interviews, people reporting that they felt that because they were out of work or out of a job, they couldn't sort of feel that sense of accomplishment that comes from their everyday life normally. And yes, this emote is what's called a reaction in Animal Crossing, and the reaction is the proud reaction. And I see people use it whenever they've sort of finished a building or have a good interaction with someone, they'll sort of use that to denote that. Another thing is so how people measure their sense of accomplishment in the game. So it is a game, and there is sort of an internal way of measuring accomplishment. So when your island gets to a certain point, Isabel, the sort of, I guess, mayor of the town, gives you 5 stars, and you can sort of feel that accomplishment, like finally I've gotten to like the sort of end game point. But there's other ways people measure accomplishment that don't have to do with the game. So people find accomplishment on their own terms in personal satisfaction. Some people make their islands and never show them to anyone because they just find that accomplishment and purpose for themselves. Other people find a lot of sense of accomplishment in showing their areas and islands to other people and inviting people over and getting that sort of fulfillment from people seeing the work that they've done. Let's go over one quote. Next slide, Tom. So I'll read this quote out loud for you. So this is from a survey response. It was very long, and I was really thrilled to hear all these great stories people were telling us. So this person said, "I lost my job in school in March due to COVID, which ultimately made my mental health spiral out of control. During this time, I was also almost a year into being long distance separated from my husband, so I was definitely hitting rock bottom. Animal Crossing made me feel productive and made me feel like I actually had goals, whereas in real life, I was having a hard time getting out of bed. This is the first Animal Crossing I've ever played, but it will mean a lot to me for the rest of my life." But we saw a lot of stories like this where people were unemployed or graduating from school, but as a result of COVID, couldn't find work. So Animal Crossing gave them a sense that they were working towards something. It gave them goals and a reason to wake up. Next slide. So another really important part, and it's connected to sense of purpose also, but another important thing is pacing. So Animal Crossing gives people the opportunity to go at their own pace. It's a slow-moving and peaceful, non-violent game that feels soothing in its speed for people. So players reported that Animal Crossing gave them an opportunity to slow down and stop their minds from racing. So it had this really positive benefit for their mental health. And people found that they were comforted by the sort of temporal limitations of the game. So there's a lot of things that you can only do once a day, or things that take a day to finish. So buildings take a day to build or move. And every day there's a new non-player character who comes and visits your island and gives you a different task or a different set of items that you can buy from them. So there's like something to look forward to every day. And people said that they found comfort in that there was no rush to do anything. They could go at their own pace and sort of take things slow. Another aspect of this, though, is that things happen in the game in real time, more or less. So day turns to night in real time, the seasons change in real time, and there's also been a slow sort of leak of releases and events and updates to the game. So it constantly feels like the game is evolving and moving, and people can sort of go at their own pace with those updates and everything. And so there was some comfort and benefit in that. Next slide. So here's a quote. Before I was playing the game and we were quarantined, I would often forget to eat because I didn't know what time it was or I didn't care to get up. But with Animal Crossing playing in real time and different creatures being available at different times, I was aware when I should be eating, and it helped me stick to a schedule. So we see some of the positive benefits people experience as a result of pacing and the ability to sort of establish a routine, which is also something that Tom is going to talk about in just a moment. Next slide. So a big thing that was repeated in a lot of surveys and interviews was that people, at a time when the world feels so out of control, Animal Crossing offered an opportunity to regain a sense of control. So that was really significant for people's mental health. While the sort of customization options are not as open as in Second Life, players are able to customize their avatar, their house, their island, and even who they decide to live on their island. And even though there is quite a lot of things people have control over in Second Life, They also desire more control. At the end of the day, it is a controlled environment that's been created by Nintendo. So there's constantly this sort of influx of player requests for new features and changes to the game. People recognizing that they want particular kinds of control over their environment. But it's also equally important for people to sort of recognize that there's a lot of things that they can't control, and this has caused a lot of sort of negative mental health effects. So things like griefing, bad etiquette, people coming to your island and stealing things or running through your flower beds. Also this sense of competitive spirit, like comparing your island to someone else's in terms of how beautiful it is. But there's also a lot of things that people feel are sort of out of their control, and it's important to recognize that. The image to the right here is, I just wanted to show sort of how islands sort of evolve over time and how people can sort of customize where buildings are, where their villagers live, what rivers are shaped like and everything. So just an interesting picture to look at. Next slide, Tom. I want to give you two cool quotes, I think, that illustrate this concept really well. So the first says, with no way to control the outside world, I love the concept of controlling my surroundings in the game. Another person said, I was diagnosed with breast cancer in September 2020, and Animal Crossing has been a great distraction from my fear of what will happen in the future. My island is a place that I control in a time when it's easy to feel anxious in the real world. So we heard all these stories of people feeling like 2020 was simply a year where the world was out of control for broad-scale sort of societal reasons resulting from the pandemic, but also other parts of life that were uncontrollable, unforeseen circumstances, adding to people's stress and sort of exacerbating things like anxiety and depression. So having Animal Crossing give people a sense of control over their lives was really, really great for people's mental health. And now I'll pass the baton to Tom.
Great, thank you, Evan. And some people have even said in the text chat I've seen, for time limits, we're focusing on Animal Crossing today, but it's really interesting to think about what of the things that we're talking about today show up in Second Life as well, and which ones don't. That kind of comparative discussion, I think, is so interesting. And so it's very clear, I think, that many of the things that we're talking about today show up in Second Life as well, but not all of them and not necessarily in the same way. So the first of the three themes I will talk about is escape. From all of the data, the theme of escape shows up again and again when people were talking about Animal Crossing and the pandemic and mental health. And one really beautiful thing that someone told me in an interview was, often escapism is treated negatively, that, you're just getting away, you're not dealing with problems, that escapism is like a bad thing. But that people talk about, well, I escaped into a really good book, into a novel. I lost myself in the story. I escape into listening to music and that kind of thing. And this person said, I really think of Animal Crossing in the same way, that it's escapism in a good sense, right? It links up to that theme of control in a sense, that it gives me a way to get away. And Animal Crossing, like Second Life, has a real open feel to it. There are no continents like Second Life. It's all islands with a blue sky and water around them. Like, look at how we're sitting here in this auditorium, where there's blue sky above us and palm trees. And people would sometimes talk about going to Animal Crossing as going outside, because there are buildings, the museums, the homes we mentioned, but a lot of Animal Crossing takes place on your island outside, even swimming in the ocean. And many people talked about that during the pandemic as obviously not the same thing as going outside physically, but that it was nonetheless mentally helpful to do that. Visiting other islands as a form of travel when you can't travel because of the pandemic was something that was very important. The way Animal Crossing was originally created, you could only visit an island if the person who owned the island was there. So not like Second Life, typically. And you could also have, still to this day, only up to 8 people on your island at once. There's now a thing called a dream code, which lets you create a kind of dream version of your island that people can visit at any time, but like you aren't there. It's almost like it's held static, but it's a way to show off your work and it's a way to travel. And so there's actually a lot of websites out there about like my 10 favorite islands to visit. If wonderful people like Inara, living in a modem world, or some Second Life blogs that always talk about really wonderful places to go see, go see the new Biren O exhibit or whatever. That happens in Animal Crossing as well. And people, like Evan said, some people choose to keep their islands very private, but some people will have Instagram or Pinterest pages for their islands. That's almost like when they travel to Hawaii or something, like travel photos. Once again, we see this in Second Life as well, and they really enjoy making those and sharing those with people. So a quote, an example I'll give, and I'll read this. This is from someone in South Africa, and she talked about how the pandemic hit in March 2020, so Animal Crossing was perfect timing. I spent hours playing it. It allowed me to not think about the pandemic too much and adjust to the pandemic. Take some time out, play Animal Crossing, not think about the negatives for a little while, and then come back and process it a bit more. And so once again, this theme around mental health, that sometimes when you have a problem in life, you need to face the problem and deal with it. But sometimes you need to get away from it, at least for a little bit. And that was something that people found Animal Crossing very valuable for, both by themselves and to have community with other people. So here's an example, and this is the example I was actually giving you before from my interview. This is someone who doesn't interact with other people in Animal Crossing so much. It's so peaceful and quiet. And she talked about how there's this negative association with escapism, especially with video games. But people say, I escape into a book. I need to have alone time. I need to get into this other story that allows me to feel or experience something different. And it's no different with video games, like with Animal Crossing in particular for her. My second theme is routine. And this links up to a theme that Evan and to what Sandy were talking about. It links up to control. That the predictability of routine was really important. And one thing that I would look about is, I would say, routine about what? And routine really felt into 2 things in particular. Taking care of and improving your island, and you saw some of that from Evan and Sandy, building things, building your home, building up the island. And also the relationship with villagers. This is a very interesting difference with Second Life, because there are breedables and things like that, but villagers are much more central to Animal Crossing, and they're quite complicated AI. And so it's a really interesting thing. I'll come back to that in a little bit. But as one person said, Animal Crossing provides a sense of normalcy that the real world has lost. Or here's another quote. Talking about, I don't like doing chores in the real world, but in Animal Crossing, there's a zen to it. Going around, watering all your plants. It's almost a real world where you don't get any of the real world trouble. And you can see here an intersection between routine and control, as Evan was mentioning. And the idea that you water your plants, and like Evan was saying, then you have to wait till the next day to do it again. You do it at a certain pace. That routine, when maybe you've lost your job, you can't go to school in the same way, whatever it is you're dealing with because of the pandemic, that routine could be incredibly valuable to people. A really wonderful example of that from one of my interviews, and this is a screenshot that I took during the interview. We were walking around in her house in Animal Crossing, and we saw her bedroom. I'm like, oh, this is a cool bedroom. And she said, yeah, I have my routine here. When I'm done playing and I'm about to leave, I put my avatar in my pajamas and I go to bed. I close the game. And for me, it's the end of the day in the real world in Animal Crossing. And I said to her, so your everyday life during the pandemic physically is sort of like the dream of your avatar. And she's like, exactly. Exactly. So she almost flipped it, where the everyday world of the pandemic was this sort of bad dream, her dream that her avatar was having after it went to bed, and she left Animal Crossing. So my second theme for today is community. And a really interesting research finding that shows up in Second Life as well, and there's a typo here that should be alone, is that people always talk about the internet as connecting people and the social network and how many friends do you have and how many tweets and how many likes. But we've known for a long time that people sometimes go online to be alone. They don't only go online for social networking or community. So they sometimes go online to be alone. And we see this in Second Life. We see this in Animal Crossing. But nonetheless, community is very important to lots of people in Animal Crossing, especially during the pandemic. And that takes the form of talking to friends, meeting new friends, pre-existing friends, family members. The villagers really show up as so important to people in Animal Crossing. And as an anthropologist, I want to take that seriously as a kind of social interaction, as a kind of sociality. And in anthropology, we sometimes talk about multi-species sociality, that human beings, part of being human, has been the domestication of animals from the beginning, from dogs and cats to cows and chickens and all that kind of stuff. And we've always had social relationships with non-humans. What's changing right now is the character of the non-humans. So that instead of just cats and dogs, we now also have non-player characters, avatars, so to speak, villagers. And people were very consistent in the research that people did not confuse villagers with physical world people. No one said, I'm, thinking of this as a human. That the interaction could still nonetheless be a form of community. And for many people, a big part of that routine that I mentioned earlier was checking in on their villagers, because you need to do that. If you don't interact with the villager enough, they will leave your island. So the kind of game mechanic of Animal Crossing pushes you to socially interact with villagers, and they learn things from talking to you. So for instance, I did an interview with someone who's from an indigenous tribe in Venezuela, an indigenous community, and he actually speaks some of that language. And if you speak to villagers, they'll use some of your language back at you. So he was actually able to get the villagers to start using that indigenous language for like hello and good morning, and that made him so happy. So that was interesting. And then the final piece of community, you see this in Second Life as well, is there's a lot of gifting, of sharing of items in Animal Crossing, and that can be a way to build community or interact even if you're not online at the same time. Here's a flower or a shirt or a piece of furniture. I have an extra one. Here's one for you, or what's like a recipe for making them. You can share those as well in Animal Crossing. And that could be a way to build community as well. And this is a quote from one of my interviews with someone in Animal Crossing that is really illuminating this way. I can't have the types of interactions of just bumping into people at the grocery store. I haven't had any human contact outside my immediate family for almost a year. And the villagers allow me to just stand there and talk and talk and talk and talk. And even if that's not complete healing, it's at least a Band-Aid until more socialization is possible. And this is sort of talking about community and mental health. And what's interesting here is we saw from a lot of people in the research that during the pandemic, social interaction with husband, wife, children, family, or even close friends did not go away. It could even be more because you're living at home all the time. What people lost was that person at the grocery store who checks me out and I only know their first name, but I really like seeing them twice a week. Or that person that I meet when, I go run errands, or the person who delivers the mail, or whatever it is. These kinds of social interactions with people who aren't best friends or really close friends have been devastated by the pandemic. My person at the office, who we're not great friends, but I love saying hello to them and catching up with them at the office every day. A lot of people said, I haven't lost my intimate relationships. I've lost those sort of more distant ones. And sometimes we talk about mental health as being very related to primary relationships with spouses, lovers, partners, children, and so on. But there is research out there about the importance of weak ties socially to people, right? The bowling team, the baseball team, that kind of thing. And in some ways, for the villagers were a way as a Band-Aid to sort of have those kinds of less central relationships, but that people were really missing as part of their social worlds. And I found, we all are finding that very interesting. So now to close, we have just 3 concluding slides, and we will take turns, the 3 of us, going through them. And then we'll be happy to have any questions or other chat that people would like to do. And we'll start with Evan.
Thanks, Tom. So, yeah, we're just going to go through a few of our concluding thoughts and further questions. So, a few things on this slide. So first of all, the internet is not a unified entity, and we'd like to highlight the importance of understanding the affordances and social logics of different digital cultural forms. So things like Second Life and Animal Crossing as both being very, very significant. We've also learned quite a lot about the importance of digital place and digital embodiment during this pandemic, and the ways in which people have found comfort and indeed have found ways to survive in virtual places embodying avatars. And another set of issues are things that we've all talked about, like non-human social factors. So in Animal Crossing, the animal villagers and other non-player characters are super important for people's mental health and feeling like they're actually there and accompanied by other beings. And especially for this sense of community and keeping feelings of loneliness and anxiety at bay. Next slide, and over to Sandy.
Yeah, and so it is also important to note that while virtual worlds like Animal Crossing can be really helpful, they're but one of many avenues to better people's mental well-being. And yeah, like Tom mentioned earlier, that like even just reading, like some people like find escape in like other ways as well. And yeah, and we can see as well that to what degree virtual worlds like Animal Crossing are helpful is very much also dependent on to what degree they can be personalized. And so because we can see that being able to personalize the space that you're in really helps people to make it feel like a safe space and a safe environment, and just helps people to like foster the kind of engagement that they need or want, or the kind of disengagement that they need or want. And then it's also important to note that the communities that are built around virtual worlds are really crucial. And they're like very much a part of sharing that world together, especially when it comes to virtual worlds like Animal Crossing. I mean, we know that like Second Life is very different because it facilitates like in-game interactions much better. Like as we can see right now, all being here and being able to do this like in Second Life, like something like this would not be possible in Animal Crossing. And so like these surrounding communities are really important to have as well, because it just, you know, gives people an opportunity to come together on platforms that are sometimes like more affordable, sometimes like more accessible. And so, yeah, because for instance, in Animal Crossing, it's not possible to like speak through the game itself. You would have to, like a lot of people are on their phones as they're playing together on somebody's island. It's very difficult in Animal Crossing to actually message one another. So the kind of chat function that is really advanced here in Second Life doesn't exist in the same way. It's quite frustrating to use it, to be honest. And you can also only have 8 people on an island at once, which also, you know, like it's just a real limitation. And so it's important to just bear in mind that those communities around it allow for a lot of the things that are actually important to improve people's mental health, and it's not just the game itself. And I'll hand over to you, Tom.
Thanks. So all ethnography is always history. It's always talking about the past by the time that you're talking about it. And we ended our data collection on March 31st, but of course the pandemic is still happening. And we will be talking about a certain time during the pandemic in what we write and what Drax does in his film. But I know people always ask about the future, and especially when you talk about technology, there's people who make an entire livelihood out of predicting the future. In my experience, when people try and predict the future, they are usually trying to sell you something, and they're usually wrong. But I will do my best to give a little stab at the future because it is a legitimate question that people want to ask. But yes, people usually who talk about the future are trying to. So, I know this is vague, but often people overestimate how much pandemics will change things. If you look at the history of pandemics, from the Black Plague to the influenza pandemic, things go back more than sometimes people realize they will, but the changes can also be massive. And we obviously are still in this pandemic. Things are looking better, but they're still really bad. And we don't know where this is going to go. And what we've learned from this research about mental health and virtual worlds might be able to offer that. But we do know that this pandemic has changed our relationship to going online in ways that we are just beginning to understand. And those changes are not just quantitative. It's not just that it has speeded up something that would have happened in 3 years anyway. The changes are qualitative. It's changing the way that we are thinking about going online. How much of that will stay or how much of that will change, no one knows for sure. But one parting thought and guess that I will give is that the things that will change and that will stay changed maybe from the pandemic when it comes to going online are the things that interact or are also contributing to other issues as well. And 3 examples of that is one is questions of climate change. If there are 57 of us or 58 of us on this island right now, and people also watching on YouTube, and avatars take energy, and this island takes energy. But compared to us all meeting somewhere in the physical world and flying in airplanes and staying in hotels, it's very, very small. It's a huge difference in climate impact by doing this virtually. The exact amount obviously depends, but we're talking 2 or 3% of what it would be physically. It makes a big, big difference. And so as we remain concerned about climate change, there may be things that we've learned from the pandemic, not just about mental health, but about social interaction that could as people were saying before, so many disabled folks have talked about how the pandemic is sort of everyone else is living my life now, or I'm now an expert because working from home and these kinds of things people are adjusting to, I'm a pro at. And it's really, something I've talked about for years is how throughout human history, people with disabilities, disabled folks have been at the forefront of technological innovation since someone picked up a stick to use as a cane, right? Disabled folks are often some of the most inventive folks out there, and that's no exception. And so the effects of disability on what we're experiencing now during the pandemic, including, around mental health, but beyond, may be something that sticks. And then the third thing that links up to climate is about global access, that people in the global south have a lot of trouble accessing knowledge or resources in the global north, and being able to have an event like this online not only reduces climate impact and makes it easier for disability access, but makes it easier for global access. And so I think things that resonate with these kind of multiple factors, my best guess is that those are the things that are going to continue to change and transform, even if we start going back to restaurants or, some things start going back more. And I'm not trying to sell you something, so this is very obviously preliminary. So with that, I will open things up for questions. I would like to thank Evan and Chandra and Sandy for their incredible support and creativity throughout this project. I would like to thank Drax for his incredible support and brilliance throughout this project, and the National Science Foundation, all of you for being the guinea pigs of hearing us talk about this sort of for the first time. Thank you all so much, and we look forward to any questions or comments that you might have. And please feel free to email me, and I can give you Evan and Sandy's email as well if you'd like to ask them anything. Thank you all so much.
As you can see, you're getting lots and lots of applause. Gentle says, this sounds like a really fun research project. You get to play and call it work. Great research design. Amazing Cloud says, wonderful presentation. Eric says, right, Gentle? Jenna says, wow. And Tom, of course, she said, thanks, Gentle. And Lena says, thank you. Drax says, great presentation. You got hearts. Thank yous. Rhiannon says, great work and really relevant during this pandemic, and to discover where the overlap and divergences are with other collective and virtual platforms like Second Life. Bravo. Awesome speech. Gentle has a question. Thank you for your presentation. You have many important findings that can also be used as suggestions for game designers. What features in Animal Crossing would you most likely highly recommend that Linden Lab consider including in their future updates?
Wow. So I will, I can respond to the first two questions, and then, and Evan and Sandy as well, just to keep things moving. And so I'll respond, and then Evan and Sandy can chime in, and then we could take a couple more questions. So Gentle's question, are there some Lindens in the audience? I think there were at one point. What would be my suggestions? Oh, that's a hard one to answer, but one thing I'll give, because in some ways it's apples and oranges, because it's so more game oriented. Animal Crossing is obviously, but one thing I would mention, and in some ways this isn't fair because it works differently for things that are more game oriented, but the onboarding experience in Animal Crossing is incredible and incredibly easy. And we know that's a big issue in Second Life. You can just start in Animal Crossing and very quickly learn what to do. It sort of helps you out to learn how to do things. Villagers help you out. And also, where do I go or what do I do, shows up in Second Life. In Animal Crossing, that is spoon-fed to you at the beginning with very clear goals. And in some ways, the kind of game element is almost front-loaded in Animal Crossing, and it really helps you learn things. So I think that would be one thing. And then I'll summarize Luke's question. Luke says, your methodology uses participant observation. Pre-internet, this meant meat space, physical observation, needing to decode facial and body language. And as someone with autism, I could never do this successfully. With the proliferation of digital spaces that many use text and avatars, how has this affected the fundamentals of participation? How do you compensate? And so very briefly, I'll respond to that, and then Evan and Sandy, feel free to respond to either of those, and then we might have other questions too. So a really wonderful internet researcher, Danny Miller, talks about how we are no more mediated by internet technologies than otherwise. If right now we are mediated by Second Life and by ones and zeros in the internet, if we were meeting in Cincinnati, Ohio in a hotel room, we would be mediated by chairs and carpet and the temperature of the air and our clothing and our physical bodies. It would also be a different kind of mediation. And so it's not, this is face-to-face interaction we're having right now. It's just different faces, right? And so it's really interesting how that does affect research. And, sometimes in the physical world, you don't necessarily have all the facial expressions or kind of interactions. People often look at letters or newspapers or stuff in the physical world as well. And online spaces vary a lot that way as well, obviously, and look at what's happening with virtual reality. So to me, there's always sort of pluses and minuses with any field project, and you want to account for that in your research design. And so you work with that whether it's physical or not. And so like for this research project, dealing with those kinds of things, in some ways the biggest issue wasn't physical or online, it was Animal Crossing versus Second Life and the different things that would happen between those two. Evan and Sandy, do you want to comment on either of those, and then we can see if there's any other questions?
Yeah, I agree with what you said. I have one of the other questions that I would like to respond to, if that's okay. Evan, did you want to say anything about what Tom has been responding to?
No, go ahead.
So Shiloh, you asked, did the data show any gender or age differences in areas of sociability, building of spaces like space or home, and or any other pursuits to feel productive? And so one of the things that we found quite interesting is that there's like a huge age variety, and also like there, like in terms of like who plays and who engages. So we have had like respondents who were like 18. We've had respondents who were like in their 60s. In the groups that are like surrounding the game, like there are people who are like in their 80s who are like playing the game. So so that was something that was quite interesting. And I don't know if like you guys noticed anything, like Evan and Tom, but like I didn't really notice that like within the game itself there's much of a difference in terms of like what people do in terms of like gender or age. But I think like part of that is because the game itself, like it's I think like we said before, like it's not as open as Second Life in terms of what you can do. And there is, especially at the beginning, more of a gaming aspect to it. So you do have to fulfill, like you do have to complete certain tasks in order to like move on and also unlock other abilities. So in order to be able to actually terraform your island, like you have to complete like certain tasks. So it's not something that you can do from the get-go. And that's part also of like the learning aspect that Tom mentioned, where like the game is set up in a way that you really learn how to do everything, and like you progress in that way. And so I do think that there are like limitations in the game, well, in terms of what you can do, and so it evens out in that way to some degree. But I feel like I have seen like so like in communities surrounding the game, there are definitely like some differences depending on like age or maybe gender, where like there are quite a few communities on Facebook that cater to like older people playing the game, and I think so that the use of like certain platforms, right, like where like Instagram versus Facebook or TikTok and like other things that Evan knows way more about. Like there I think like there are differences in that where like what people choose, like who people choose to engage with, like in terms of like around the game, like might differ like depending on age. It might also slightly differ depending on gender. But yeah, but like within the game itself, I didn't really see much. Like Evan, you might have something to say, but I don't want to put you on the spot. But I just did. Sorry.
No, it's no problem. I was just going to say that since I took control of I took leadership, I guess, on the survey aspect of the project. And I did sort of go through a lot of the survey data, and I didn't notice any sort of major significant differences in terms of gender, but I haven't really done much exploring with the data in terms of age. So I'm not really sure. But in terms of gender, the only thing that I can say is that we had way more female participants than male participants. But yeah, other than that, I'm not really sure that there's any major differences that I saw.
I'll just move down to the next question, and we can just keep going. That Vanessa had a question about, like, what does this say about, like, the stuff that's happening out there with companion robots, like for older people, does this indicate those might have potential? Yeah, possibly. People connect, to stuffed animals and dolls. It can have emotional relationships with those kinds of things, and certainly with non-player characters when they take physical form as a robot. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that. And there are people doing research on that exact issue. So I don't have anything more off the top of my head except to say it certainly seems possible, given what we saw, for instance, happening with villagers. Evan or Sandy, do you all want to add anything? And I'll look for the next question.
Yeah, I think the one thing I would add is I think why people do connect so well with villagers is because you can, so the villagers, you can very much see that they're like non-player characters because there is an algorithm like underlying all their interactions. And so the more you speak to them, the more like you will find like repeated questions, repeated responses. But I think like the way where they connect really well, or like where people connect really well with them, is because you can also customize some of the responses. So the villagers, like, they will prompt you to be like, hey, like, do you like the nickname I have for you, or do you want me to say something else? Or like, do you like the greeting I have? Or like, what do you say, right? And I think by being able to customize that, it allows people to feel like more intimacy with those non-player characters. And I do think that those kinds of things are very translatable and will be helpful in like knowing how to like allow people to emotionally connect with something that is basically an AI.
I'll just move on because I know we're running out of time, but that's a great point, Sandy, and the way that the villagers can remember something from months ago, they really do get customized. Jaden, you had a really wonderful point that some people have responded to in chat. You said responding escapism, this idea of pendulation, I guess it's like a pendulum from Peter Levine's book, Somatic Experiences. It occurs to me that virtual worlds give us a way to do this, to pendulate between our problems, stressors, anxieties, and then getting away and settling our minds, to alternate between exposure and relief. And you're interested in the embodied aspect of this. And that is just a wonderful, thank you for that, a wonderful way of thinking about it, because the problem with the metaphor of escape is it applies one direction, like escape velocity, like you fly off to Mars. But definitely what I saw, I think all three of us, and Chandra too, saw in the research is people thinking about this as getting away for an hour or two and then coming back. And that kind of rhythm, and that being part of routine and control. And I can't remember if it was in Evan or Sandy's presentation, but, people have talked about, it's just a beautiful point that one of them talked about, where people will talk about that, video games are being so bad that people forget to eat, they forget to go to the bathroom, and video games can be really bad that way. And we have that wonderful quote that someone from during the pandemic, is not bothering to eat. And Animal Crossing reminds them to eat and to have routines. So it's sort of the opposite of the stereotype of what video games do. Instead of you getting so into it that you forget to eat or sleep, it reminds you of a routine so that you do that during the pandemic. So that pendulum idea is really exactly Right, and I think that feeds the negative stereotypes that people have about virtual worlds or games, about it being just an escape or whatever, is that people think of it as forever or all or nothing, rather than as a routine, as a pendulum. You do it and then you go back, and that part of mental health is having that kind of pendulum in your life. So I think that's a great point. Evan or Sandy, do you want to respond to that? And I'll look for any more questions.
Once again, I would like to respond to another question. Because, okay, so I don't know what grievers are in Second Life. Polaris, Grayson, like you asked, did you see a dark side to Animal Crossing? For instance, we have grievers in Second Life. So I don't know what they are, so I might be slightly off in my response. But yes, there's like, there is a way in which, I mean, that's something that we've been also quite interested in, like from the beginning, because the way that Animal Crossing presents like the island itself, it's like very idyllic, right? It's a very like cheerful space. I think you could see in the photos that like it's very cute, like, you know, like the way that it's animated is like very cute and very childlike. But there are different ways in which it also, I mean, like dark on a like surface level is like people really are able to like turn the island into very creepy or dark spaces in the ways that they customize them. So like some players will create this dystopian landscapes where like they basically take like all the natural things that are there, like all the trees, the flowers, they will kind of like take all of that away and create these like really dark and dystopian cityscapes. So like it can happen in that way. Another thing that we've talked about, and like our colleague Chandra would have so much to say, is also like the dark side, in the sense that you know, like there are also issues that come up with regards to like ecological, you know, like the way that like ecology should work, and like the fact that like we're all like out there fishing and like collecting like insects and collecting fish, and you know, just like categorizing it. So like there's like, you know, like that's kind of problematic and something to like reflect on as well. So yeah, like I don't know if that addresses the question that you asked, but I just immediately responded in my mind and was like, oh yeah, like it's not all like flowers and sunshine, even though it kind of is, but it does have a dark side.
And we've definitely seen instances of griefing. We've seen instances of people sort of going into other people's islands and leaving sort of disruptive items or other things on the island that maybe don't make sense for the person's island. One interesting thing is that in people's clothing stores, you can design your own clothing and then put it up for sale in someone else's store when you're visiting them, so that they could then go into their store and buy your design, or download your design, I mean. But a thing that we've seen is people putting up sort of racist or Nazi symbols on clothing in stores, and then people walk in, and sometimes what happens is that the villagers will then go in and download the clothing as well. So your villagers will sort of be normally wearing your own designs, but then you'll see your villagers wearing these awful symbols. And so then people feel like, again, they feel like they lose that sense of control all of a sudden, and then feel griefed and have to, you know, go erase this clothing and like reset their villagers, and it's a whole process. So definitely there's that kind of thing happening as well in Animal Crossing.
And I hate to interrupt this is gentle, but we have another presentation coming up in about 10 minutes, so I think we're going to have to get Evan and Sandy and Tom to come back again another time and tell us more about Animal Crossing and Second Life and all the things that they've learned. This has just been amazing.
Thank you so much. It was really fun for us, and thank you so much for putting up with such a preliminary thing. But it's always fun to share things that aren't finished yet, because the feedback is so interesting and helpful. So we really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Sure. So this is a very short break. We start again on the hour. Don't go too far away, because you're going to want to hear what Ryan has to say about acedia. especially if you don't know what it is. That's fine, thank you.
Okay, now do I hit one of the black squares or do I hit the green A?
Does not matter, any of the three. As
Okay,
long as,
I'm going to click the green A.
okay, And
And then I select class, right?
if it has whispered to you 3 times, then you
Hello, my name is Resident Rexel. I am partially deaf in real life, and I have social anxiety because of I sometimes struggle with understanding what is said, so I almost always use text to communicate in SL and the internet. I have been in SL just over 1 year now, and the thing I love the most is to explore, especially historic SL locations. And also, I like to hang out with my friends here. Today, I will be introducing Ryan Schultz. Ryan is a science and agriculture librarian at the University of Manitoba Libraries in Winnipeg, in Canada, and for the last 3.5 years, he's been writing a blog that is about the social aspect of virtual worlds, VR, and the metaverse itself. Also, he writes about other topics on his blog, such as the pandemic and mental health in his capacity as a mental health consumer. His talk is titled Acedia During the Coronavirus Pandemic, a 5th century term for a 21st century problem.
we lost your voice, Faith.
That was the end of my script.
You better read what's in the local chat then.
I will. Did you know that acedia meant? Well, neither did I until I learned that it really means something we all can relate to. It's a word for when we are feeling listless, distracted, and wanting to avoid the task at hand. Also, just one last thing. I'd like to say thank you to Faith Francis for acting as my voice today. It was my pleasure. All right, enough of a long introduction, and I now welcome Ryan to you to talk more about it.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. I really do appreciate it. My name is Ryan Schultz. I'm a reference librarian at the University of Manitoba in Winnipeg, Canada, and I write a blog about Second Life and other virtual worlds. The title of my presentation is Acedia During the Coronavirus Pandemic, a 4th Century Term for a 21st Century Problem. First, a little bit about me. I am a reference librarian at the University of Manitoba Libraries in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I am the liaison librarian for the Faculty of Agriculture and for the Department of Computer Science. My undergrad degree is in computer science. I have been writing a blog called RyanSchultz.com, News and Views on Social VR, Virtual Worlds, and the Metaverse. I've been blogging since July 31st, 2017, and I have written about 2,200 blog posts in 3.5 years. I have 14 years of experience in Second Life. This is actually my 14th anniversary. I participated in the closed beta test of the Sansar social VR platform since December of 2016, which is when I bought my first virtual reality headset, which was an Oculus Rift. Over the last 3.5 years, I have visited or written about over 150 different virtual worlds and social VR, AR platforms on my blog. I am also known as Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair is my main avatar, and she is the uncrowned queen of the freebies, the freebie queen of Second Life. I often use Vanity Fair as a model for showing you the deals and steals and bargains that I can find across the grid. And Ryan today, this is my professional librarian avatar. The entire outfit he is wearing today is free from a store called Kauna, K-A-U-N-A. So feel free to visit my blog at ryanschultz.com or befriend Vanity Fair. That's her actual legacy name. And she will lead you to the freebies. If you want to learn more about my freebie fashionista finds, you could visit my blog. Now, about me. I suffer from a chronic form of clinical depression. I am under the treatment of a psychiatrist, and I have even been hospitalized for depression twice in my life, and I have been on numerous sick leaves from my work. I write about my own mental health journey on my blog, ryanschultz.com. Example, how the coronavirus pandemic has affected my mental state. I've also written about my use of virtual reality in the treatment of depression. I am a mental health consumer, and I write from that perspective. I first learned about the concept of acedia from my psychiatrist, and I was intrigued, so I used my librarian research skills to do a little research. Much of what I present to you here today is not my own work. Where possible, I have provided citations to my sources, so if you want to go back and look at what I looked at, you can get a copy of my slides from the prim that's to the next to me. I am a layperson. I am not a mental health professional. You should always talk to a psychiatrist, psychologist, or another mental health professional if you need good advice on how to deal with your mental health issues. I cannot stress this strongly enough. With all that out of the way, let us turn to the topic of this talk, acedia. What is acedia? Acedia, which is pronounced acedia or sometimes Acadia in English, comes from the Greek word acedia or Acadia, meaning lack of care. It is closely akin to the sin of sloth, but it is more complex than mere laziness or boredom. Acedia is described as listlessness, distraction, and wanting to avoid the task at hand. According to St. Thomas Aquinas, acedia is a kind of sadness about things that are spiritual goods, or a disgust with activity. To the Christian monks in the 4th century, however, acedia was more than just simple laziness or apathy. It was more like the dejection that made it difficult to be spiritual, avoiding ascetic practices, a boredom that led to falling asleep while reading, and a frustration with life in a monastery. According to an article on the topic published in The Conversation, Jonathan L. Zetcher, a research fellow at Australian Catholic University, says, etymologically, acedia joins the negative prefix a to the Greek noun kaidos, which means care, concern, or grief. It sounds like apathy, but Cassian's description shows that acedia is much more daunting and complex than that. Cassian and other early Christians called acedia the noonday demon, and sometimes described it as a train of thought. But they did not think it affected city dwellers or even monks who live in communities. Rather, acedia arose directly out of the spatial and social constrictions that a solitary monastic life necessitates. These conditions create a strange combination of listlessness, undirected anxiety, and an inability to concentrate. Together, these make up the paradoxical emotion of acedia. I'm wondering if anybody here has felt these emotions, especially now during the pandemic. If you may have a touch of acedia or feel these kinds of emotions, please tell us about that in local chat. Getting a couple of yeses from people. Anybody else? Jaden says a lot and a little and none at all and a huge amount all at once. Ha ha ha. Yes, I can relate to that. Thought Bubble has said yes. Lear said yes. Concentrating is sometimes hard work, especially for grading. Yep, getting a lot of people. Oh, Kira. Hi, Kira. And yes, her too. Yeah, Lear says, I teach 7 to 3 classes a term and struggle on 4 of them. Yep. Yeah, I actually struggled with acedia while writing up this presentation on acedia. How meta is that? That's pretty meta. So yeah, I've been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. So, yes, I am known for my evil laugh. It's something that most people don't know about me. I am known for having a laugh that is immediately recognizable if I'm in a crowded theater when there's a comedy playing. You can instantly know where I am as soon as the first joke lands. I have a very loud and piercing laugh. Okay, moving on. I think it's time for me to get to the next slide here. Thank you for sharing. Jonathan Zetcher goes on to say, reviving the language of acedia is important in 2 ways. First, it distinguishes the complex of emotions brought on by enforced isolation, constant uncertainty, and the barrage of bad news from clinical terms like depression or anxiety. Learning to express new or previously unrecognized constellations of feelings, sensations, and thoughts builds an emotional repertoire which assists us in emotional regulation. Naming and expressing experiences allows us to claim some agency in dealing with them. As we, like Cassian's desert monks, struggle through our own long, dark tea time of the soul, we can name this experience, which is now part of our emotional repertoire. Acedia, which was very familiar to the ancient Christians, can feel like a somewhat nebulous concept to modern people, but it's the kind of thing that can be recognized when it happens to you. Most people wouldn't know the word, according to a modern-day author on the topic of acedia named Kathleen Norris. It isn't just a depression. It isn't just boredom. It's a lot of things. A world thrust into monastic life is now forced to know what the ancient monks recognized as a spiritual virus. And so I come to the key slide of my presentation. The spatial and social constrictions of monks are also a rather apt and concise description of governmental and societal responses to the coronavirus pandemic. Social distancing limits physical contact, and quarantines and lockdowns constrict physical space and movement. I have been working from home for the University of Manitoba Libraries for 13 months now. I have been working within the same four walls of my apartment, providing reference desk service to faculty, staff, and students. And I can tell you, it's been a long haul. Working from home day after day and rarely leaving that home means a distinct lack of external stimulation. In other words, the 21st century coronavirus pandemic conditions we face ironically approximate those of 4th century solitary desert monks. Evagrius Ponticus, that is, Evagrius from the province of Pont, who lived between 345 and 399 AD, was a monk who was permanently installed in the Egyptian desert in 383 AD. Evagrius was a member of the Desert Fathers and Mothers, a group of devout Christian monks and hermits who lived in the Egyptian desert beginning in the 3rd century. By the time Evagrius joined their ranks, there were several thousand monks living in organized communities. As a monk, Evagrius's duties were to spend his time in solitude and prayer, the prayers often beginning at 4 in the morning. The monks spent their days fasting, working, and worshiping, often in isolation. When the sun and the heat peaked in the desert monastery, life could become quite uncomfortable. Evagrius worried that he sometimes did not feel like carrying out his sacred duties. Indeed, feelings of lassitude might continue throughout the day, bringing with them dissatisfaction with his place, with his way of life, and even with his fellow monks. For Evagrius, acedia was a sin, although also something of an occupational hazard of the life of asceticism, which is the monk. The author Kathleen Norris describes these desert mothers and fathers as the first psychologists of the West. Now I have a couple of quotes by Evagrius about acedia that I wanted to share with you. The demon of acedia, also called the midday demon, is the most burdensome of all. It attacks the monk around the 4th hour and besieges his soul until the 8th hour. This demon forces the monk to stare continuously at the windows, to take flight from his cell. Moreover, it arouses in him an aversion to the place where he is, even for his state of life. The demon makes him long for other places, where he will easily find out what he needs. Pleasing the Lord is not a matter of place. In fact, the divine may be worshipped anywhere, as it is written in John chapter 4, verse 21. The demon attacks with every weapon in his arsenal, as they say, such that the monk abandons his cell and runs away from the contest. The demon is not immediately followed by another. A peaceful state, and ineffable joy take over his soul following the battle. And I have a second quote from Evagrius on acedia that I would like to share with you. It says, "The look of someone in prey to acedia frequently goes to the windows, and his soul dreams of visitors. When the door squeaks, he jumps. When he hears a voice, he looks out the window. He does not turn away until, overcome by drowsiness, he sits down. The ascetiac often yawns when he reads, and he gets tired easily. He rubs his eyes, he stretches out his arms, and he looks up from his book. He looks at the wall, then comes back to read a bit more. Flipping through the pages, he kills time looking at the end of the book. He counts the pages, and then complains about the print and the design. Finally, closing up his book, he lays his head on top of it and falls asleep, but not into a deep slumber, because hunger stirs his soul once again, imposing upon him his own preoccupation." Sound familiar? Does to me. You might not know this, but acedia was considered one of the 8 deadly vices, and these 8 deadly vices became what are known more popularly as the 7 deadly sins. So to the monk Evagrius of Pontius, acedia was the most noteworthy of the 8 vices that he felt could tempt monks to abandon their religious lives. The Greek monk listed gluttony, fornication, avarice, sadness, anger, vainglory, pride, and acedia as threats to devout monasticism in his work of the 8 capital sins. But he argued that acedia was the last of the sins that needed to be conquered. Overcoming the other 7 didn't mean that a monk was safe, but overcoming acedia, according to Evagrius, brought one closer to God. The 8 deadly vices were presented as spirits or demons in John Cassian's Institutes. John Cassian was a student of Evagrius Ponticus. There is a meaning found in naming the enemy or attacker, or diagnosing an illness. Until you know what plagues you, it can be hard to formulate a resistance or a treatment plan. The original list of 8 deadly vices which Cassian translated into Latin from Evagrius was, once again, gluttony, lust, avarice or greed, superbia or pride, despair or sadness, anger or wrath, vainglory, and acedia. These 8 vices became the 7 deadly sins in the 8th century when Pope Gregory the Great wanted to consolidate the list in order to respond to the spiritual needs of Christians at that time. So vainglory and superbia were combined into pride, and then envy was added to the list. But acedia was removed and became forgotten. Despair or sadness and acedia were often confused with each other and thought irrelevant to life outside the monastery, and they were used interchangeably, so they were combined and renamed as sloth. When Gregory the Great created the list of 7 deadly sins, it was seen as a good thing. It allowed Christians of the time to focus on the most problematic temptations and try to root them out. But as a result, acedia was taken off and hidden away. It didn't seem to apply beyond the solitary individual lives of monks, who were constantly tempted to abandon their cell, abandon their monastery, and simply give up on the life that they were called to. Kathleen Norris is the author of a 2008 book titled Acedia and Me, A Marriage, Monks, and a Writer's Life. She says, acedia got dropped. It was stuck into the sin of sloth, physical laziness, and that whole powerful, deadly force that it had. The notion of that was pretty much lost to Western culture. Then I thought that it was really a shame, and that's one of the reasons I wrote the book, was to talk about it. Again, because I really do think we need to understand acedia's effect on us. I use the image of a fairy tale. If you're suffering from something and you don't know the name of it, of the demon that you're suffering from, you're in a bad way. Author Kathleen Norris says there is a difference between depression and acedia. She says, depression is an illness, whereas acedia is a temptation. Because it's a temptation, it can be resisted. You can struggle against it and win, whereas if you're seriously depressed, you probably need medication, or a psychiatrist, or a psychologist, or another mental health professional to help work with you on it. With acedia, it is a temptation. You can resist it once you know what it is, and you can recognize it. I now give you a quote by Kathleen Norris. Acedia is a bad thought. It's a passion that is opportunistic, just like this virus. It will strike just when you're at a low point and your immune system is down. Because we're feeling anxious and tired and restless and bored and sad about how things used to be. And all of those things are classic signs of acedia. I have a couple of quotes from famous people about acedia that I wanted to share with you. First is from St. Thomas Aquinas. Apathy, or acedia, is a sort of depression which stops us doing anything, a weariness with work, a torpor of spirit which delays getting down to anything good. Spiritual goods are real goods, and taking no joy in them is bad in itself, and it is bad in its effects if it so depresses a man as to keep him back from good works. Apathy, or acedia, then, is doubly wrong. Sadness, as such, merits neither praise nor blame. What we praise is a controlled sadness of evil. What we blame is sadness that is either uncontrolled or is sad about good. You might be familiar with the well-known mystery writer Dorothy Sayers. She wrote the Lord Peter Wimsey series of mysteries. She was also a writer about theological topics, and she said, the sixth deadly sin is named by the church acedia, or sloth. In the world it calls itself tolerance, but in hell it is called despair. It is the accomplice of the other sins and their worst punishment. It is the sin which believes in nothing, cares for nothing, seeks to know nothing, interferes with nothing, enjoys nothing, loves nothing, hates nothing, finds purpose in nothing, lives for nothing, and only remains alive because there is nothing that it would die for. I love that quote. So, how do you combat acedia? I will finish my presentation with some tips from various experts about how to fight the temptation of acedia, in the hopes that you will find it useful in dealing with the current coronavirus pandemic and the social and societal restrictions that you have to face because of the pandemic. St. Ignatius of Loyola wrote to Bartholomew Romano, a Jesuit scholastic at the college in Ferrara, Italy, saying, "You are much mistaken in thinking that the cause of your unrest or lack of progress in the Lord is the place where you are, or your superiors, or your brethren. It comes from inside, not from without. From your lack of humility, lack of obedience, lack of prayer. In a word, from your lack of mortification and fervor in advancing along the path of perfection. You can change your residence, your superiors, and your brethren, but unless you change your interior person, you will never do well. Give up the thought of any external change. You will either be good there in Ferrara or in none of the colleges. In other words, it is not so much your external circumstances as your internal response to those circumstances. That is what you need to look at and what you need to address. Here are a few more tips on how to fight acedia. Grief. Sometimes a good weep is a very helpful way to release your emotions. Acedia threatens to take away your ability to grieve about things that matter. So give yourself a good cry. Work. Endurance to perform one's tasks, menial though they may seem, gives you a pattern for living. Against the doom and meaninglessness acedia tempts us with, we do the dishes, we keep our rooms clean, we send that email, we reconcile that budget, we brush our teeth, we change that diaper, we hang the laundry. We do the tasks we seek to avoid. And I'm a fine one for not following this advice. I currently have a huge pile of dirty dishes in my kitchen counters as I speak. Third, invest or inspire love in your work. When you invest or inspire, you instrumentalize the tasks. You take them as little bursts of delight. Invest into your tasks your care, and thereby your love, and thereby find a reason for your work. Combating acedia isn't about white-knuckling your way through distracted thinking and forcing yourself back to the present moment. Properly ordering your day and giving things their proper place can help a great deal. List the 3 or 4 important tasks, most important tasks of your day, and order them properly, and then everything else will fall into place around that. It's important to find stuff that you really enjoy doing and to give yourself permission to do it, because acedia makes you think that you cannot enjoy anything. Yeah, Ice Sky mentions her pets. I can't even keep my house plants alive. So, yeah, I don't have any house plants right now. Okay, I just completely lost the thread of what I was talking about here. Sometimes the best thing to do is to do the opposite. So if you find physical activity is difficult to do, the opposite thing would be to go for a walk. Kathleen Norris shares some of the following tips to help you cope with acedia. It helps to establish a daily routine. Monastic living is established with a routine for a good reason. Times are set aside for morning prayer, meal times, afternoon prayer, and work. It's like scaffolding, akin to the way that buildings are kept together, much like our spiritual and emotional lives, she said. Her other bits of advice: take a shower and wash your hair every day. Little items of grooming, when neglected, can create a feeling of why bother. Take a walk, keeping in mind social distancing concerns. There's nothing wrong with simple pleasures as well. I provide myself with enough chocolate to keep going, said Norris. I can relate to this completely. I leave you with this final slide. Oh, sorry, before we do that, what are some ideas that some of you who share these emotions have found helpful in combating them? Do you agree with these suggestions, and do you have others? Let's share and help each other. So I'm going to open the floor for a discussion. Please type into text chat if you have any other suggestions. Okay, Gentle Heron says, I do think that routine is important. Lynn Darkwatch says, finding the advice on establishing a routine remarkably similar to information in a recent article about shipwreck survivors and taking lessons on dealing with trauma. Dido says, explore Second Life. Yes, I've done that. I actually have a random teleporter backpack that I can wear, and if you click on it, it randomly takes me somewhere in Second Life. And I sometimes spend an hour just randomly teleporting from sim to sim, and I always find the most amazing things. Eric Mondrian says, exploring new worlds, virtually or on the page. Reading great books, yes. Dido says, have fun. LV says, oh, she's just repeating what I'm saying. Okay, Faith is saying she took up scuba diving. I wish. I'm in Winnipeg. I'm totally landlocked. I'm about as far away from the ocean as you could get, so that's not going to work for me. Let's see here. Faith says, I have chronic depression too. It's part of my safety plan. Also, virtual art galleries are great. Yes, I would agree with what Eric says. Shiloh says, when I feel I have hit a wall, I do interior design, something I can create and make it as pretty an environment as possible. When my friends tell me the space is comfortable and artsy, then I have succeeded. Oh, it's great. Oh, wow, we're getting lots of responses here. Resident Rexel said, yes, I love exploring SL. Found a 3D Mario level someone built here. Never know what you will find. Ice Guy says, I recalled the love for weaving years ago and decided to get a tapestry loom and some yarns, and it's been a joy to do. Yes, hobbies can be great. My blogging has been a real lifeline for me. I mean, not only do I get to visit different social VR platforms and virtual worlds, but I blog about them on my blog, and I also use my blog as a means to vent. I have a regular series called Pandemic Diaries Entries, where I just write about how I'm feeling and how things are going. Here in Manitoba, looks like we're going to be facing a third wave of COVID-19 and a third lockdown. And we never really kind of got out of the second lockdown, which was enacted in early November. So things have been kind of, we're not nearly vaccinating people as quickly as in the UK and in the US because we don't have any domestic vaccine production in Canada. We're relying on other countries to provide us with vaccines, and as a result, there's not a lot of people that have been vaccinated yet compared to the United States, at least. Lear says, my plants look like the tropics are taking over. Caring for them gives me a routine and an anchor. And free your imagination. Oh, I'm just lost. Free your imagination, whatever it takes. And Faust asks, what are the main goods they were referring to that acedia keeps us away from? Faust, they were talking about what Saint Ignatius calls spiritual goods. Okay, yeah. Mook says, Ryan, I just want to say that I also live with clinical depression and anxiety, and that your blog posts about your journey with depression help me greatly. I visit your blog every day to check for updates. Thank you. Acedia has been a regular visitor during this pandemic. Thank you for naming this gray shade, and thank you for sharing. And thank you for presenting. Oh, I'm honored. Thank you. I actually got asked to present because somebody came to Gentle and said, by the way, this guy wrote about acedia on his blog. You need to invite him. So I actually got invited to speak here, and I'm honored that I was. And paradoxically, preparing and delivering this presentation is helping improve my mental state. So it's very meta. Yes, I know it's very meta. Resident Rexel says, try new things. The best thing you might find is your new hobby, and at worst, it's another experience added. Yes, completely agree. Chandra also reads my blog and thinks it's great. Thank you, Chandra. We are heading for a third. Oh, sorry, I'm reading LV's transcription of my Talk about meta. I'm rereading the transcription of LV's transcription of what I'm saying in the first place. Wow, you guys are just full of all kinds of comments and suggestions. This is really heartwarming. Faith says, "I Sky, I make a lot of sawdust in my wood shop." Yep, that's a good hobby too. My dad was a woodworker. Okay, I'm going to leave you now with a final slide. Thank you for sharing your ideas. I leave you with another quote from Kathleen Norris. "The opposite of acedia is love." So if you could work your way through, stagger through all the bad thoughts that you were telling yourself that nothing matters, and reconnect with other people, realizing who you love and doing what love requires, that is one way that we can fight our way through acedia. And I think that's a very good quote to end on as well. I just have one final illustration credit. The Kathleen Norris illustrated quote slides were taken from the following online webpage. It's a podcast called Experiencing Silence Podcast. It's in 2 parts. And I could strongly recommend you to go back and check all of my sources I used in this presentation. They're in the prim that's right next to me. You can pick up a copy of my slides, which list all my sources. Yes, it is a very Dido quote, isn't it? Anyway, I would like to thank Virtual Ability for inviting me to come speak to you today. And I even got to use my speaker animation, so I'm really happy. And I'm going to kind of throw it open if anyone has any questions. Oh, wow. Thank you. Okay, Polaris has a question. Have you related the tips of combating to a Buddhist philosophy? The quote about nothing reminds me of that philosophy. Polaris, no, I have not. I am not familiar with Buddhism at all, so that's definitely an interesting tangent, and I would probably investigate that a little bit further myself, or I would encourage you to investigate the links between what I have said and Buddhist teachings. Faust wants to know, what if one wants to develop a good evil laugh? Where does one begin? I'm sorry, I'm afraid this is genetic. I have no idea where I picked this up, but it's just a part of me. So. That's a good one. I like that. Okay, now Jaden says, I wanted to name what I was feeling at this point in the pandemic, but there wasn't a good word. Oh, yes. Well, I'm glad that I was able to give you some vocabulary. Now, in order to disconnect from the slide, I have to press the green square, right, Jenel?
Correct, but Jaden would like to share her word that she coined.
Oh, okay. What is the word? Jaden has coined a word. And she says that gentle helped me. Right, like you want me to read this? No, not going to happen. I am German, and I do speak some German, but I do not do very complex German compound nouns. You'll just have to read it off the chat.
She sent it to me in English, and she's translated it there.
which means the escapist, avoidant, nervous, fortunate, explosive, uncertain, drained, braced, tried, overwhelmed, distressed, exposed, fearful, exhausted, disbelieving, guarded, anxious, anger, sorrowful, empathic, suffering, enraged, disgusted, fed up, intolerable feeling. All right. Yep. That's yours. I'd like to see that on a t-shirt, actually. That'd be pretty funny.
It would have to be a
Yes.
super extra large.
Emmy's right. There will be a test later.
It would have to be a super extra large t-shirt to get all that on it.
Yeah, like it'd have to be like continued on next t-shirt. Okay, so I'm going to click on the green square to disconnect my slides in preparation for the next speaker, who I believe is at the top of the hour. And I am going to disconnect my HUDs and sit in the audience and just enjoy the rest of the presentations. I'd like to thank all of you for coming out. It means a lot to me to have such a large and appreciative crowd for my presentation. Thank you so much for coming out.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Demelza McGinnis. I'm a retired RN. My son is autistic and has other developmental delays. Due to COVID-19, he has been without his normal day programs for over a year now. Challenging changes for him. Mark Zeisler, AB, is a Fulbright Scholar and PhD student in psychology at the Turner Institute for Brain and Mental Health of Monash University, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Since March 2020, Mark has been leading the COVID-19 Outbreak Public Evaluation, known as COPE, initiative, a public health surveillance activity launched to assess 1. Public attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs about the COVID-19 pandemic and its mitigation, and 2. Mental and behavioral health during the infectious disease outbreak. His talk today is entitled Mental Health, Substance Abuse, and Suicidal Ideation During the COVID-19 Pandemic Disproportionately Affected Populations. The COVID-19 pandemic has introduced challenges for communities by the disease itself and related to mental and behavioral health. Just as with the disease itself, mental and behavioral health inequities are evident. This presentation reviews evidence on mental and behavioral health in 2020 and considers how we may reduce these inequities going forward. Please hold any questions or comments until the end of the presentation, since Mark is new to Second Life. Welcome, Mark. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Demelza, for that warm and wonderful introduction.
Mark, there should be a stand button at the bottom of your screen. You can stand up and then just click on the podium and sit there. Right click and sit on the podium. There you go. Very good. Go.
Thank you very much. And so for my mic check today, I wanted to, first of all, thank you all so much for taking time to be here today. And I know that I am the last in a wonderful series of presentations. So I wanted to start off by reading a few quotes because every day I receive a text from my sister, Meg, and they're about mental health and wellness, and it's a wonderful start to my morning. So just a few from this past week that stood out. The first one says, it reads, "Peace. It does not mean to be in a place where there is no noise, trouble, or hard work. It means to be in the midst of all those things and still be calm in your heart." And the second one is entitled Boundaries. "Today I set healthy boundaries that support and protect my emotional well-being, time, and energy. As I show love and respect to myself, others will recognize that in me, and it will also give them permission to do the same." So I encourage each and every one of you to embrace those. I have tried to prioritize those this week, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this presentation. And thank you to everyone in the chat and for all of your patience. As Demelza pointed out, I am new to Second Life. I have enjoyed what I have seen and, and been around today and over the last few weeks. So am I set to start the presentation now?
Yes, you are. Go right ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. So as Demelza mentioned, my talk today is going to be focused on mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic. And as we are, so I'm very grateful, by the way, to the Virtual Ability Conference team for providing me with a special opportunity to talk with all of you today. And I'm going to be providing a number of references and live links throughout my talk today, so that you may click on them, open them, and look at them after the presentation, save them. I would also welcome an email or contacting me in some other way after the talk. So as we are thinking about mental health in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, it's important to remember that we're living through history right now. I mean, this is really a, in many ways, rather unprecedented unless we go back all the way to the 1918 influenza pandemic. And in the words of United States Army Major and Sanitation Engineer George Soper regarding that pandemic 100 years ago, many of them ring true today, including that there have been more deadly epidemics, but they have been more circumscribed, meaning that they're contained within a small region or over a smaller interval of time. There have been epidemics almost as widespread, but they have been less deadly, as evidenced by COVID being the third leading cause of death in the US in 2020. And never before has there been a catastrophe at once so sudden, so devastating, and so universal. Not many people predicted that 2020 would be marked by the pandemic, and it's still with us, of course, today. And it was this, sudden onset thing that really ramped up in a lot of ways. So as we're thinking about that, the man who made that quote, George Soper, he is renowned for having discovered asymptomatic transmission in the United States, and he did this during a typhoid outbreak when he contributed to the enforced quarantine of Mary Mallon. Mary Mallon was an Irish woman and a cook who immigrated to the United States and made a decent living for herself. She was very happy working for different families. And then she was forcibly quarantined during a typhoid outbreak because after one of the families had a typhoid outbreak, they hired Major Soper to do some detective work, essentially. And he tracked down that he believed, even though it wasn't really recognized, that pathogens could spread between people at the time, especially if someone wasn't showing symptoms. He figured out that everywhere that Mary Mallon went and worked for as a cook, there was an infectious disease outbreak of typhoid in that family. And so he tracked her down and managed to have her tested. It turned out that she was carrying the pathogen that caused typhoid, but she didn't herself ever experience symptoms. And so it was very hard for her to believe that she was transmitting this disease. And so she was taken off to an island for 2 years, but she was not very happy about this. And she eventually was able to convince she worked with the New York Health Department to come back to the mainland, and they said that you can do anything, but you can't cook. So because they believed that it was really the fact that she was preparing these meals and then providing them to the families, that's how it spread. And so she was doing other odd jobs, but after a short interval of time, she returned to cooking, and they discovered that and sentenced her back to quarantine, where she spent the remaining 25 years of her life up until she died on North Brother Island. And she was not very happy about this. Of course, it was basically the first time that there was this public health intervention that was so restrictive that it completely controlled everything that she did. She ended up, it's believed that she was infected 53 people, 3 of whom died, and for that spent 27 years in quarantine, which is pretty extreme. Of course, afterwards, it was discovered that there are many people who were asymptomatic carriers, but none of them were sentenced and subjected to that level of quarantine and enforced isolation. So that's just some, interesting context to think about when we're thinking of today, because that experience occurred just a few years before the 1918 pandemic, the influenza pandemic, and once again it was discovered that there was asymptomatic transmission of the influenza virus that caused the disease, and so it was recommended that people adhere to these non-pharmaceutical interventions, the stay-at-home orders, quarantine if you're showing symptoms, wearing masks and that sort of thing. And really the purpose of that is to buy time for the development of a vaccine that will really confer the immunity that's required to eradicate the disease. In 2020, it was really the first time in a century that we've had these widespread drastic measures, including quarantine and enforced isolation, to contain severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2. That's the virus that causes COVID-19. And so, just a reminder that this isn't a new strategy, basically, that we experienced in 2020, where it was recommended that there was this public health effort to reduce transmission and cover your coughs and that sort of thing, stay home if you have a cold, etc. Of course, there are challenges with these non-pharmaceutical interventions, which is part of the reason why the vaccine is really the holy grail, the end of the road in terms of trying to eradicate the disease, because there are challenges related to adherence with the non-pharmaceutical interventions over a prolonged period of time, especially when they adversely impact lifestyle and livelihood, like with the non-essential business closures. And then there are other unintended consequences that may not be as easy to predict when these are happening. And so, just as with regards to non-adherence, just as there have been news stories and people may have been observed resisting the non-pharmaceutical interventions like masks during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were these sorts of factions that existed during the 1918 influenza pandemic. So one of the most notable was the Anti-Mask League that emerged in San Francisco, where there were people murdered over the requirement and lack of adherence to mask wearing. It was a very hot issue at the time. And then there was the Liberty Loan Parade in Philadelphia, where Philadelphians came together publicly to support the war effort, as we were engaged in World War I, the United States was at the time. And so there was a big movement to try to raise funds through war bonds, and the pandemic hadn't really at the time penetrated Philadelphia. It was just starting up there, and public health officials and city officials thought that there would be about 10,000 attendees And then they were overwhelmed and really amazed when more than 200,000 people showed up for the event. So from the perspective of raising funds for the war, it was a smashing success, because they raised more than $600 million back then, which is, a lot more today. The downside was that within a week after the parade, 47,000 Philadelphians, so nearly a quarter of the number of people who were at the parade. Of course, not all of them were at the parade. Some had been infected later on. But 4,500 Philadelphians died, and the cumulative death toll ended up exceeding 10,000. So as one attendee of the parade recounted, a solid seething mass of humanity stacked shoulder to shoulder as far as you could see and was jammed in the streets. I can still hear my father swearing, pulling my mother through the crowds, and she, near tears, pulling me. It seemed everyone in the city was jammed into the city hall area in all directions. And again, that's Morris Condon III recalling the celebration. And of course, there are just realities that if a pandemic drags on for a year plus, there are going to be elections like we saw in November, and of course, political events ahead of that time, different demonstrations and displays of activism, get in the way sometimes of these non-pharmaceutical interventions. And then the other aspect, beyond the non-adherence challenge, which is more about a challenge directly related to reducing the transmission of the virus, there are challenges related to non-adherence with that manifest as unintended consequences, whether it's delay or avoidance of medical care, both for COVID-19 and for other reasons, other conditions, and then increased potential for adverse mental health symptoms. So there were predictions, mental health experts ahead of the pandemic were warning about this based on previous experiences and recent epidemic outbreaks. And then as we heard this morning with Catherine Edmonds' talk about the prevalence of depression symptoms very early in the pandemic, being much higher than they were in the years before. And sorry, I'm just catching up here. A lot of citations just to support those different those research efforts that really documented this during the pandemic. And so, as Demelza mentioned, I'm going to be talking about the COVID-19 Outbreak Public Evaluation Initiative, or COPE initiative, which was launched last year in March 2020. So it was an interesting experience because I am from Boston, Massachusetts. I don't know if anyone else in the audience is from the East Coast or that region, but I was excited to, after having spent the first 22 years of my life there, I was excited to move to Australia. Ah, that's wonderful. I see we have someone from just south of Boston. So I was excited because I had received support to go study at Monash University, which is in Melbourne, Australia. I don't know if we have anyone from Australia, but I was extremely excited about that move, and in January of last year, I packed my bags and went out there. And then less than 2 months later, I was back in the U.S. because of the pandemic, and so it was really out of that experience that I thought about some of the disruptions and put together a team to launch this this initiative, which again, there's the URL there that has a little bit more information in the chat, but the mission is to assess public attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs about the pandemic, and also to understand the mental and behavioral health during the pandemic in response to some of these warning signs that were there. And so the goal is to provide the public a voice through the collection and dissemination of findings that help shape the design and delivery of targeted communication and intervention strategies to improve the overall public health response, because the pandemic has such far-ranging consequences that focusing on any one issue is bound to lead to potentially overlooking some of the other potential consequences of those efforts. And that has been seen time and time again. And so today I'll be speaking mainly about the mental and behavioral health during the pandemic, though again, if you check out that link, we have some information about adherence with the non-pharmaceutical interventions. So again, our intent was to assess mental and behavioral health in regions with varying prevalence of SARS-CoV-2, which is why we did it mainly in the United States, which has, of course, experienced a high prevalence of COVID-19, and then also in Australia, which has been both fortunate and, very skilled in its, I guess, containment of the coronavirus. And we couldn't have known this in advance of the pandemic, but there were early signs that Australia was handling the pandemic well, which is why we focused on there. And so for the original research that I'll be presenting, it comes from both cross-sectional and longitudinal surveys of Australians and Americans with methods aimed to improve the representativeness and capture as much of the population as possible. And so we have data that from 7 waves of the COPE initiative, 6 in the US and then 3 in Australia, with some of them overlapping. And so those were, the dates are being added into the chat, but basically about every other month since the onset of the pandemic. And so the first major finding was with regard to adherence with and support for the mitigation. To our surprise, as of April 2020, so really early in the pandemic, there was similar support for the adherence with the recommended COVID-19 prevention strategies, both in the US and Australia. And then both in New York City and in Los Angeles, even though those regions had vastly different prevalence of both the virus and the disease at the time. So New York City was an early epicenter during the outbreak. Los Angeles at the time had a very low prevalence. They later experienced a big wave, but not yet. And so more than 80% of respondents indicated that they supported the stay-at-home orders despite adverse life impacts, and really broad concerns about risk of their own infection, risk of others' infections, and of a possible economic recession in the wake of the pandemic. And interestingly, though, only a small portion of people believe that they would ever contract SARS-CoV-2, so between 10 and 20%, even though they were very, very concerned that other individuals would either contract it or, face some of the consequences. And yet early in 2020, as I mentioned, despite this support, this was coming, even though there were really broad sweeping changes to lifestyle, with 75% of the more than 5,000 respondents indicating that they had experienced moderate to extreme disruptions of their social lives, and then 40% reporting impaired family life, sleep patterns, physical activity, and productivity. And really far-ranging consequences for a lot of the population that happens so abruptly. And other research has shown that for some people their sleep improves, and that was the case among these respondents as well. But really, for the most part, people said that their lifestyles had been disrupted. And beyond that, many respondents reported that they had more virtual interactions versus face-to-face. And I know that this group and this audience is more adept at that than much of the population. So probably a head start in terms of adapting to kind of that lifestyle. And a large number of respondents reported spending 1 or more hours fewer outdoors during daylight hours, and instead spending basically that time on screens. And so these sorts of behavioral changes have been associated with more adverse mental health symptoms than improving mental health. So really warning signs of what was to come. And so specifically with regards to mental health, similar to what Catherine Ettman was sharing earlier today, in findings from a similar survey interval, so hers was from late March to mid-April, and this was early April again, but including, in this case, Australia, which again had very low prevalence of adverse mental health symptoms. I found that the prevalence of anxiety and depression symptoms were several-fold higher than they were before the pandemic. And these elevated levels were observed both in regions with high COVID-19 prevalence and in regions with low COVID-19 prevalence, suggesting that they weren't entirely due to the disease itself, and at least somewhat related to indirect contributions potentially of the mitigation measures and the disruptions to social lives and behaviors and the impact was disproportionately affecting certain populations. So definitely disparities in the prevalence of adverse mental health symptoms within that group, where younger adults, adults who were female, and those who were either in quarantine or in isolation, all disproportionately experienced adverse mental health symptoms, meaning that they more commonly reported that they were either feeling anxious or depressed. And that is what is coming through here now. And that is adjusting for a lot of the other characteristics that could be themselves associated with these factors. So it's really the unique contribution of having those characteristics. And so after being alarmed by those findings from early April 2020, we decided to include additional measures of mental and behavioral health in our next survey, which was in June 2020. And these included COVID-19 related trauma and stressor-related disorders, such as acute stress disorders, adjustment disorders, substance use to cope with stress or emotions, and suicidal ideation. And together with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or the CDC, COVID-19 response team, we showed, as shown on the screen here, that the prevalence of adverse mental health symptoms remained elevated in June 2020, now 3 months after the onset of the pandemic. And that's suggesting that these elevations observed in April 2020 were not just really acute, blips on the radar where it immediately went back to sort of the pre-pandemic levels. They remained high in the summer, at least in the United States. And so overall, more than 40% of respondents reported screened positive for at least one of these symptoms. And again, there were stark disparities in mental health experiences during the pandemic, whereby younger adults, Black adults, Latinx adults, essential workers, and unpaid caregivers were disproportionately affected. And so overall, the prevalence of anxiety symptoms was approximately 3 times higher than it was in June 2020 than it was in the same time in 2019. The prevalence of depression symptoms is approximately 4 times higher at 24% versus just over 6%. And then the prevalence of past month suicidal ideation was approximately twice as high as annual suicidal ideation was in 2019, so 10% versus about 4%. And just some of the citations here and similar data, but this really demonstrated that this is a long-standing thing. And this is just also showing the substance use and COVID-19 TSRD symptoms. But there were differences in the prevalence by demographic subgroups. So just highlighting here a few of the main ones, where by age, younger adults had considerably elevated prevalences of adverse mental health symptoms that really decreased dramatically with age. I think Catherine Ettman went into some of the hypothesized reasons behind this, and I know that there were a lot of good questions and people looking further into why this may be. But yeah, the prevalence of anxiety or depression symptoms in 18 to 24-year-olds was 63%, compared with people who were age 65 years or above at 8%. So really dramatic differences. And by race ethnicity, Black adults and Latinx adults disproportionately experience suicidal ideation, which is more than double the prevalence in white adults. And then essential workers and unpaid caregivers also disproportionately experience these adverse mental health symptoms. A little further into the essential workers and unpaid caregivers. So in a subset who completed surveys over time, there were after not having experienced these symptoms in April 2020, essential workers and unpaid caregivers had higher odds of reporting them in June 2020, meaning that at the beginning of the pandemic, maybe they weren't experiencing them, and then by the time it got 2-3 months into the pandemic, they did have a lot of these symptoms. Most concerningly, the substance use and suicidal ideation being 3 times higher in these groups. And so that's reflecting that it isn't carrying over from pre-pandemic stress levels. It's really things that were happening during the pandemic. And then after having observed what we found in June 2020, the obvious question is, how are things continuing? Because monitoring these over time is very important to see if the mental health trajectory is basically of the population. And so are these going to be self-resolving, or are we really going to have challenges with mental health that are chronic? And through September 2020, we have found that the prevalence has continued to remain elevated Again, more than 40% of adults reported adverse mental or behavioral health conditions, and similar groups were disproportionately affected. Plus, I remember that there was a question during the Q&A with Ms. Ettman about the LGBTQ community, and as shown on this graph here, respondents compared to respondents who were heterosexual, respondents who identified as either lesbian or gay or bisexual had a higher prevalence of adverse mental health symptoms in September 2020. And one thing I want to emphasize with this is, as much as possible, as researchers, we try to distill down to really what's driving the difference in the prevalence or the difference in the experience with these people, and or with any group of people. And so after adjusting for things like age and whether or not people are essential workers, if they have pre-existing psychiatric conditions, whatever else, people who were in the LGBTQ community still had higher odds of adverse mental health symptoms. And from a research perspective, okay, that's one thing. But the reality is with individuals, oftentimes it's not just one thing that's happening. So really keeping in mind the intersectionality of all of this is really important. So someone who is a member of the LGBTQ community who also is an essential worker, you know, those are two things that may both contribute to experiencing adverse mental health, and really recognizing that is very important. You know, things don't happen in a vacuum. And so that's important. And then the other aspect, I guess I had a little bit more text here. I'm just going to zip through. Thank you again for your patience as I'm navigating this. So yeah, this trend has continued, by the way, through February of 2021. There was just a recent publication in the CDC's journal that showed that the prevalence of anxiety and depression symptoms actually increased from August, which is, you know, just before our most recent survey, through February, so August of 2020 through February of 2021. So, you know, at this point, it's been almost a year of this high prevalence of adverse mental and behavioral health symptoms. So it increased from 36% to 42%. And this is a citation for that, by the way. The other aspect to note in there is that about 25% of the US population reported that they had either taken medication or received counseling or therapy since August 2020 for mental or behavioral health conditions. And, you know, that's 1 in 4 adults, which means that, you know, if you are, you really aren't alone. And an additional 10% of US adults indicated that they had unmet mental health care needs. That percentage actually increased over that interval that the CDC was looking at, and they did this with the Census Bureau. But yeah, really, so almost a third of adults felt that they needed mental health care during this time. So if you know, it's really not an uncommon thing. And so not receiving needed mental health medication or therapy may be related to a combination of a lack of access to that care, and then also a lack of care-seeking behavior. And so shown on the current slide, we found that as of June 2020, 40% of US adults reported to, is this, yeah, I think this is the current slide. Sorry, I spend a lot of time on that. But yeah, so as of June 2020, 40% of US adults reported that they had either delayed or avoided medical care due to concerns about COVID-19 in healthcare facilities. And that's for any healthcare condition, including mental health. So I guess I'm going to turn this slide. And so overall, 12% had indicated that they had delayed or avoided urgent or emergency medical care, and 32% routine medical care, both of which are very important. And as with mental health, there were disparities in avoidance of care, whereby it was care avoidance was more common among unpaid caregivers, people with underlying medical conditions, and then Black adults, Latinx adults, younger adults, and people with disabilities. And what is particularly concerning is that in addition to being at elevated risk for severe COVID-19 disease, people with underlying health conditions are also at elevated risk for morbidity and mortality from other causes. And so many healthcare facilities have implemented really effective risk mitigation protocols to reduce the risk of the spread of coronavirus in healthcare facilities. And so if people are experiencing medical emergency, it's really important to seek care without delay. And then, you know, the other side of that is that routine medical care is also important. So now the next part of this talk is really putting things into context within kind of a rear view on the year of 2020. So we kind of were going through in chronological as things played out with mental health, and then thinking about delay or avoidance of medical care. And this is now 2020 in review. So there was a major study conducted by the CDC that found that mental health and suicide attempts and drug use, emergency department visits for those conditions really spiked during 2020. And this is despite overall emergency department visits decreasing. So basically people were avoiding all causes of care going to the emergency department, except that both the number and the rate of visits for mental health emergencies, suicide attempts, and drug use went up. And that was following a very brief initial decline. This really substantial rise where there was a 25% increase in visits for suicide attempts and increases for drug use as well. That might be, not sure that I can see what's on the slide. Oh, yeah. So on this slide on the left, in March 2020, there's in the gray, you can see that there's the gray bars that go below zero for the percentage of change. There was a decrease in total visits to emergency departments. But then beginning in May 2020, there starts to be an increase in mental health conditions and suicide attempts specifically. That's on the left. And then on the right for drug overdoses, there's really a considerable increase. And this continues really for the entire duration of the study, even though total emergency department visits declined. And the aspect, so this is, by the way, comparing the year 2020 versus 2019 during the same season. And so what we know is that this isn't due to seasonality, that, seasonality and mood and emotional disturbances, that people are visiting the emergency department more for these reasons. And so then at the most extreme level, there is the provisional data from the CDC on the leading cause of death in 2020. And they provide some implications about some notion about the implications of these increases in adverse mental health symptoms. And then the, downstream of that is the emergencies as evidenced by the emergency department visits. So interestingly, in the near the bottom of the screen, contrary to data indicating that there was an elevated prevalence of suicidal ideation and hypotheses that there would be an increase in suicides in 2020, there was a slight decline by about 2,500 deaths in 2020, deaths by suicide in 2020 compared to 2019. But it's really important to recognize that there was a really drastic increase in deaths by drug overdoses, 20,000 more than there were in the year before, which is an acceleration. And so even though deaths classified as suicides went down, there was the largest increase in deaths from drug overdose in the last 20 years. So deaths of despair had risen considerably, and that's especially important to consider that classifying drug overdose deaths is challenging because oftentimes there's inadequate information to really understand the cause. And so another important thing to consider will be some of the trends within the suicide data, because some early investigations, regional settings have found that there's an increase, a doubling in the rate among Black residents of Maryland, whereas the rates of white residents during a few of the early months in the pandemic had halved. And then in Japan, after an initial decline in the suicide death in the first wave of the pandemic, during the second wave there was a significant increase driven by female and younger Japanese individuals, including a 50% increase in the youngest group studied. And statistics, there's a quote that statistics are really the experience with the tears wiped away. And I think it's really important as we're reviewing these heavy data to realize that. And if you want to take a moment or something else, yeah. So all of these data highlight the broad impacts of the pandemic on mental and behavioral health, and that there's an urgent need to address mental and behavioral health during the pandemic. So promoting mental and behavioral health services and integrating these types of care into more traditional health services will be a step forward. So, even if you're not going to the hospital for a mental health emergency or something like that, having your practitioner or whoever it may be, understand that mental health is part of health is a big step. And so excitingly and encouragingly, the American Medical Association has partnered with other leading associations to launch something called the Behavioral Health Integration Collaborative, where the idea is to assist traditional healthcare providers with really mental and behavioral health training. And I'm just putting in the chat some information related to this. But it should be encouraged, or it should be acknowledged that there are many structural and institutional barriers to mental health within specific subgroups, as Catherine Ettman mentioned. And so in order to truly achieve sustained mental health equity, there are some structural changes that will be needed. And then finally, support systems for mental health emergencies are important and are critical for that last step. And that is why there needs to be something done, some restructuring of the way that we are handling mental health emergencies. And shown on the screen here is a recent WBUR story that highlighted a barrier to sufficient and optimal treatment for mental health emergencies. Massachusetts, where people had to wait an average of 53 hours for a psychiatric inpatient bed. And so over a 6-month period, that meant that there were people waiting on these beds that accumulated more than 10,500 hours, basically waiting for emergency medical care. And this has also been documented at the pediatric level as well, where a mother speaks about a heartbreaking story of her son waiting 33 days for an inpatient psychiatric bed, where the wait time is a little bit longer even than it is for adults. And this visual, I just want to highlight, this is one of the last points, is that even though this is, the need for this has increased a lot during the pandemic, where boarding for psychiatric beds in Massachusetts increased by 200 to 400% over the past year. This has been a systemic issue where the wait time, even before the pandemic, going back to 2016, was still more than 24 hours to get a bed during a mental health emergency. Anyone who's been in that position knows that waiting that long is not desirable in the middle of any health emergency. It's a realistic timeline. So there are efforts being made to address this, but it's really important that given the pre-pandemic challenges and how they've really been elevated during the pandemic, it's important or it would be wise to invest sufficiently in building out an appropriately resourced infrastructure to yield benefits that will outlast the pandemic and address these challenges. So in the US, I know that not all the audience members may be from the United States, but I just want to show a few of the national behavioral health, mental and behavioral health resources that are available. And I would encourage you to familiarize yourself with these for yourself and for other people, and then also to check out some of the local resources that may exist wherever you are, so that you can help others. And then the last slide here is that this work represents the efforts of a lot of people, some of whom are shown above and many who aren't. But first and foremost, I'm grateful to my PhD supervisors, Mark Howard of Austin Health and Shantha Rajaratnam of Monash University, both located in Australia. So as I mentioned earlier, I had to repatriate really suddenly and change the course of my intended PhD project. And since then, we've been working together, separated by 10,000 miles. And I have a lot of gratitude for their supporting this work. And additionally, collaborators from the COPE Initiative from Harvard Medical School and Brigham and Women's Hospital include Dr. Charles Seisler, Laura Barger, Rebecca Robbins, and Matt Weaver, while collaborators from Monash include Drs. Josh Wiley and Elise Pacer-Childs. And then this work would not have been possible without subject matter expertise and guidance from the CDC, including Rashawn Lane, Daniel Kidder, Michael Tynan, Amanda Garcia-Williams, Teresa Armstead, and Ann Ussery Hall. So I'm grateful to our funders as well, and who were, of course, instrumental in making this work possible. And then most of all, though, thank you. It's been an honor to be here today and really to work with the Virtual Ability Conference team. And I'm so appreciative for this opportunity. and excited for questions. And thank you for, I know I went a few minutes over. So all of that, yeah, I'm very grateful.
Thank you so much, Mark.
We do have time for a few questions, and I think I'll start that off if people don't mind. You reported a big uptick in emergency room visits for mental health and suicide attempts, and then you also reported long wait times for treatment. And that's certainly a problem that can be attributed to the pandemic, or it might be attributable to the pandemic responses we've been undergoing. What can we, the general public, do to lower that increase?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Gentle. And I think that you're 100% right that it represents confluence of many, it's kind of like a perfect storm in many ways, where we have this elevated prevalence of mental health emergencies, and then also kind of reduced access to care in many ways. So as members of the general public, the first thing to know is that if you are experiencing a mental health emergency, even though there are these wait times, I think making sure that you seek care from multiple sources as soon as possible, or if it's someone else figuring out how to get care. Being in the hospital is one thing, but there are additional things that may be additional resources in the helplines, calling some of the national mental health resources in whatever area you are or jurisdiction, and then really being there for each other. One of the beautiful things about Second Life is the community experience, which is desirable for all of us as creatures of social communities. And so that has been taken away from a lot of people. And so I would encourage you to really take advantage of the communities that you do have and strengthen them, and be there for each other, basically. With reduced access to some of the in-person care or longer wait times, what can we do as the general public? We can be there for each other.
Okay, I can read some of the other questions. Shiloh asks, could you mention if any triage centers were set up to handle the overflow of emergency visits for mental health? And also, is there any data on children under age 16, which may have shown an increase in mental stressors?
Yes, thank you, Shiloh. Those are great questions. And so to answer the first question, I am not sure about the entire world. I know that in Australia, there were efforts to increase accessibility to telemental health and reimbursement for that, like insurance coverage, that sort of thing. And so the utilization of mental health services really increased significantly in Australia. In terms of these inpatient psychiatric beds, there are many efforts to have these triage centers. So in Boston, for example, there have been converting some of the wings and investments in permanent beds. So not just, the triage centers, yes, but really investing in the infrastructure to handle this over time. It's still not enough. At this stage, obviously, as indicated by some of the wait times. And then in terms of data on people under the age of 16, there have been elevations in distress and pediatric emergency department visits. There's some data from the CDC on that as well. And so we didn't focus on that group in our work, but there has been evidence that it has not, the adverse mental health impact has adversely affected younger individuals as well.
there are some more questions. I'm asking Lori Vaughn if she wants to read them.
There's a question from Lear. She asks, how do you keep your spirits up? This kind of work is very important and also very sad for the spirits of our mental health support personnel.
Yes, thank you so much for thinking about that. It is taxing in a lot of ways to see the figures and again recognize that those statistics represent real people. Personally, I find that routine helps in a lot of ways, and I know that's not just myself, but for a lot of people. Having consistency as much as possible, especially during a time right now when there's a lot of uncertainty. The other thing that I mentioned, those quotes from my sister are great, and then finding outlets, whether it be exercise or journaling or other ways to find gratitude in many ways, because if all we focused on during the pandemic was the pandemic or the negative consequences and that sort of thing, then with something that is this prolonged, that is not a good recipe for keeping my spirits up or people keeping their spirits up in general. And then the other aspect of it, by the way, is recognizing the impact and having people talk about it and seeing resources administered to address this mental health crisis provides reason for hope and optimism and is very fulfilling. So a combination of those, at the personal level and then seeing the impact of the work.
Thank you. Polaris asks, have you seen changes with emergency services since the start of COVID?
That is a really, really excellent question. Unfortunately, I am not, that isn't something that I've personally looked into or seen. I know that, so I can't provide you a really good answer with that. I know that emergency services in general, there has been a change in trying to manage as much as possible, of course, outside of the hospital to reduce the transmission. But the downside of that is, is very hard to, as a clinician, I'm not a clinician, but for doctors, it's sometimes difficult to understand what's happening from remotely or, telehealth or something like that without people physically being there. So I know that that's a limitation in general. And then of course, access to those resources, but I can't tell you, I can't provide the answer that I would want to. So.
There's just a couple more questions, and Lear thanks you for your response, and there'll be a follow-up question from Shiloh, so just a minute. So here's one from Moog. She asks, do you think that the COVID-19 pandemic might lead to one of the biggest refurbishments and overhauls of the medical field in living history, in terms of a lasting spotlight on mental health resources? I can't be certain, but I believe that none of the other pandemics in history have led to similar investment.
Yes, so thank you, Mook. This is a very insightful question and observation. So the answer is, I believe, yes. I believe that this will lead, as I mentioned, the American Medical Association has launched this major effort to really reorient the way that or the medical field considers health, where mental health is part of physical health. So whether or not you're going to the doctor for a routine checkup or a specific injury or specific care, incorporating and monitoring and understanding mental health is a part of that. Is something that they're trying to do at the level of the American Medical Association, which includes everything. And then the second aspect of it is, I think that the visibility of mental health is light years ahead of what it was during, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, let alone during the 1918 pandemic, for example. So, the conversation on mental health, the floodgates have been opened, and people everywhere are realizing that it's something that we're going to be facing. It was already in a public health crisis before the pandemic, and now that's really been elevated in terms of the importance and recognizing how many people are affected. So Mook, I am optimistic that in a few years we'll be able to say conclusively that it has led to really watershed changes.
Thank you. And there's another question from Shiloh, who asks, as you were in Australia, was there any data on Aboriginal peoples and how they've been impacted by COVID and or increases in mental health issues?
So Shiloh, again, a fantastic question. When I was in Australia, one thing that I recognized is that similar to in the U.S. with Native American individuals, their prevalence has been basically that population. The prevalence of adverse mental health, for example, is so high relative to non-Aboriginal peoples that yes, there have been definitely increases, and there's no question that they've been adversely impacted by COVID in many ways. But it was already such a challenge in that population so there has been an increase. But what I mean to say is that there were already significant disparities.
Thank you. I think I've caught all the questions.
I think that ends our question session. I do want to point out we do have a poster set on international resources, how to get mental health help, and it is over on Health Info Island. Mark, thank you. This has been a great session. I think we definitely need to have you back again when you have more data and tell us what your updates are.
That would be wonderful.
I definitely want to recommend to people to go over and check out the stuff that's over on Health Info Island. That's important. And yes. I'm going to close the conference now, if that's all right with you. I have a few comments to say, if that's permitted.
Yes, I will.
I'll come up and join you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to say hello again. There's been a lot of information coming at us today. I want to remind everybody we need to keep in the forefront of our minds that challenges eventually do end and that recovery often relies on our own efforts. I want to thank the audience for sharing this conference with us, because without you and without our fantastic presenters, there wouldn't be a conference. I want to especially thank the many Virtual Ability community members who have assisted in making today a success. We have had greeters who are usually the first people that our audience contacts, and those would be Lauren, Gemma, Zip, Vulcan, Faith, and Slayton helped organizing the greeters as well as greeting himself. Thanks to our streaming team, Marcus and James. Thanks to the people who oriented the presenters who were new to Second Life, Mook and iSky. They did an excellent job. Thank you to the session introducers, Ruby, Darkness, and thank you to Mook and iSky and Annie for all the support throughout all the months that led up to today. A reminder to everyone that we will archive the text chat and the videos of the individual sessions if you want to review them in the future, or if anyone missed a session. Thank you again, audience, for spending time with us today. And remember, visit the posters on Health Info Island for additional information on public health, mental health. So please, everyone, stay safe and continue to enjoy our virtual world together. Good night.